Yo. those words coming from you?
Yo, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Ooh, darling. What up? What up? What the fuck is up? What's going on? How you all living? What we all doing? Woo! What up? What up? What up? Mm. Come in the streets, take all these birds? What? Um, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Um, it's cool. It's cool. I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's cool though. Loss and a tie. Boys did good though. You know, the boys usually lose, but today they lost and they did good. I'm not, I'm not disappointed in them. I mean, I am a little disappointed. Not that bad. It's fine. Um, and then I took Eloise and one of the other girls on the team, Nell, the one I was telling you about the other day, who doesn't like to hustle. So that's yeah, both of them to the mall. I was at the mall all night. I didn't really get anything. I got one of these just because it was so fucking cool. One of those batteries. Um, got some candy. I got a screen for my phone. I got all the shit I needed at the dollar store last night. So I went to Hot Topic. They have a Hot Topic at this mall. It's falling on hard times, y'all. No, not Old Orchard. The Hip. The Hip, which was the mall that Maureen wouldn't even go to when she was growing up, is like the cool mall now. All the kids want to go to the Hip, not Old Orchard. It's fucking cool, you know. Like I said, I feel like this sort of like class conscious backlash is sort of has a mind of its own now. You know, it's like nobody taught them to fucking be antagonistic to the sort of like preppier lifestyles. They just did. They were like, fuck them. You know, and it's not just my kids either. If it was just my kids, I would be okay. Is this a wider phenomenon? No, it's like all the kids on the team and all the kids at school that I know, it's all basically the same. They understand, the class hierarchy in this fucking country. Um, so good. They're one step ahead of where I was when I was their age, at least. Mm-hmm. Take me out. Mm-hmm. Now I'm regretting using that song. The words in the intro. Oh, come out in the streets to take all these birds. Oh, is that what they're saying? I didn't even know. It's cool. Somebody subscribe to the Patreon. All right, let's go. I think I need to put like all those VODs on there. I mean, I would pay it. Uh, Obviously, I won't, but it'd be cool if I did. Um, yeah. There's a good chance I might fucking literally ass out on the stream tonight. Just be aware if that happens. Just hit the Haas thing. That should wake me up. And puffy sons of bitches. Is this the same one who said he smoked crack every morning, first thing in the morning? Because that was pretty cool. I mean, it's obviously not cool, but it's kind of cool. I guess in this context, it's kind of cool. Um, oh, that feels so much better. Oh man, my eyes. Wow. Ooh. Oh. Um, if you just sleep and don't jiggle your milk every day, it spoils faster. What does that mean? On a trip, you are? Where are you going? Um, you can you can watch me in public. Come on. Wait. Here, to prove it, look. I'll send Tom a link right now. There, Tom's in New York. To prove it, look. Oh, fuck. I'll send. Tom's in New York with a bunch of our other friends. Uh, here, see if he comes in. He might not. Oh, they're all tripping. That's right. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe they'll come in on acid. That'd be fun. On a cruise, my sister and her husband. Oh, that's tight. I've never been on a cruise. I feel like I would really like it though. Every time I talk to somebody about cruises, they're always trying to like fucking make me hate them, and I'm like, oh, that actually sounds good. Like that's the thing. Things that you hate about it are the things that I think I would like about it. Oh, they have one of those mini so stores at the mall. Shit is so fucking cute, man. Look, it's like Hello Kitty on speed, you know? It's like even cuter Hello Kitty. Look at that shit, dude. Um, this is like yeah, it's like Waluigi Hello Kitty. Yeah. This is like a little packet of baby wipes, you know? So like if I was still in school, I would put this in my in my backpack in case I had, had to poop at school. Do it for the kids. They can, you know, they can poop at school. But um they have like a dozen characters, like Hello Kitty type characters, and they're all so fucking cute. Hello Kitty Racer? Yeah, what's her name? Kuromi? Kuromi? Yeah, the other girl we had with us was kind of a know-it-all. She was like, "Oh, that's Kuromi. She da 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 da." I liked her better before you started telling me her backstory. um, Dude, this fucking girl, the girl on the team, she asked for something at every store we went to. It was like, "Oh, can you get me this?" I'm like, "What? What? Um, Why your sister Peach and roll your eyes at your brother-in-law until he grows a mustache?" Hmm. No, it's not my sister. Mm. Okay, so they are okay. They are affiliated. That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. But like, the thing that I was so impressed by was how cheap it was. It was like all these stores, they all kind of had the same thing. Like all stores that like a 10-year-old girl wants to go to, they all basically have like the slightest variation in fucking stock. Right? Um, so they basically all had not necessarily this, but like similar things they all had in all the stores. The fucking yo. Mm, mm, I mean, my favorite store at the mall. Yo, what is up? The mustache you like is going to come back into style. What, like mine? Um, my shit's going to be gray as fuck in a matter of time, and I'm going to have to shave it off. I was looking at it the other day. Dude, you can't really see it on the camera, but I'm telling you, IRL, this whole thing has got gray hair sticking out. And it sucks because it's like I previously plucked it, so now it's growing back with a vengeance. Um, well, yeah. Hot Topic kind of sucked. We didn't go in Spencer's, but the Hot Topic had like no good T-shirts. They had like one Tupac T-shirt, like one Wu Tang T-shirt, and one GNR T-shirt, and I don't even know if I put the Deftones in the good T-shirt pile. Like it was like the new metal type of Hot Topic, you know. I'm more of like the OG punk rock Hot Topics, not the new metal Hot Topics. Ain't nobody want that shit, you know. Like we had Hello Kitty, you know, painted every day with reds. What? Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not gonna do it. Probably just shave it sooner rather than later. What? Look at these guys. This T-shirt. What up, Nikki? What's going on? I tried to raid you this morning, but I think you signed off like right when I was leaving. Big money, big money, big money, big money. Okay. Oh, it's really long, back to back like that. No, yeah, I was all set, and then I didn't see you anywhere. I thought maybe like it was like followers only or something, like, but then I think I'm subscribed, right? Um, whatever, no big deal. You guys are watching some good shit though. Cool. All right. Speaking of watching good shit, I'm ready to get to some stuff. I might have to turn it off, before it ends, just in case I start dozing. We'll see. Oh, you have a lot of Sims in there? Yeah. Okay. A lot of men are really explaining to me how cool mustaches are, but I'm not looking for a man's opinion about a man's look. Yeah, women don't really like it, I think. Um, yeah, I should have gone to New York with my buddies. I don't know why I didn't. We went for Aphex Twin a couple years ago, and we had such a fucking blast. Ugh. Just gotta get out of Chicago. Or like, you know, do things. Do things a little differently. Hey, wanna watch this shit. I haven't watched one of these in a minute. I watched some on Brian's new video earlier too. It was pretty good.
Both the United States and Western Europe want a negotiated settlement to end the war in Ukraine. However, the Western powers have continued to escalate this war, and the United States has rejected a peace proposal that was jointly made by China.
Yeah, do you see that thread? Hold on, let's look at that real quick before we get started. So they got fucking 4 POWs. They got rescued today. And supposedly they said that was all they could find, or that was all they could get out of the house. Either way, like they appear to be like withholding some massive trove of documents. Whatever. What did we say we were doing?
And Brazil.
Oh fuck!
And Washington
Sorry.
opposes Beijing's efforts to organize an international peace conference. Instead, the U.S. and its Western allies in NATO announced that they are holding a so-called peace conference in Switzerland this June, But Russia was not invited to this conference, which means they're not going to be talking about peace, because if you want to negotiate the end to a war, you have to have both sides of the conflict represented at negotiations. If one side is not invited, then it's not a peace conference. And all of this shows how Western governments are violating the will of their people. They claim to be democratic, but the vast majority of Americans and the vast majority of Western Europeans want peace negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. This has been confirmed by polling, and yet their governments are opposing all concrete efforts to actually bring this about. Meanwhile, the major media outlet Politico reported this May that the Biden administration has given Ukraine the authorization to use U.S. weapons to attack Russia inside Russian territory. I'm reading here from the article, quote, "The Biden administration has quietly given Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia using U.S.-provided weapons."
There's no way those
And the
monsters
fact that
respect him and
Ukraine
shit.
needs approval from the United States to do this shows that the Ukrainian government is not fully sovereign. It's really Washington that determines what goes on in Kiev. Meanwhile, governments in Western Europe are also escalating this war. The Washington Post reported that France and its NATO allies
That's no big deal. I thought they were gonna
finalized
send
a
fucking
plan to
units.
send military forces,
Military
into
trainers?
Ukraine.
Fargo is
I'm going to
literally
read here
perfect,
from
says
the
there is no
Washington
video.
Post. Quote, French President Emmanuel
The
Macron
fuck?
said that a coalition
Oh my god. Sorry. Is that better? Is that what you were asking for? No? Oh. Okay. Ooh. Alright, there's that. Let's see, it's cousin.
Monboon underscore says shout out to the new stream logo.
What's the new stream logo? I don't know what the fuck is wrong here. Shit. Okay, we're out there. Here we go. Okay, I got it. Okay, there we go. That's what I was forgetting. Okay. Cool. Alright, sorry. The most powerful nuclear submarines in the world are heading for a party in Cuba? Really? Sounds fucking badass. Cool.
coalition of countries has agreed to send military trainers to Ukraine. This shows that France and other allies may now be willing to put NATO country troops on Ukrainian soil.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
this is very clearly a major escalation. However, I should point out that it's not entirely new. The New York Times reported back in June of 2022, 2 years ago, it reported that the Western powers already had special operations forces and
Oh, and the
spies
thumbnail.
on the
Okay,
ground
yeah.
in Ukraine. I'm reading here from the New York Times.
Yo, who's these
The
guys?
United States
What up, what up, what up?
had a stealth
Julian Barnes. Look, it's Julian Barnes. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? gotta make that a little shorter. What up, dude? What's going on? Metroid Dread is cool. Is that the game they were playing? Nice. Pansexual Cambodian. I didn't say. Okay. That looks pretty cool. Alright. Oh, you just finished it. Oh. It's missile tech to the Middle East, i.e. Kinzhal missile in Iran and the Houthis, so they will have the capability of taking out U.S. carriers. Yikes, dude. I mean, I would like to see, look, I don't want to see, all of them get blown up, but if we can get one of those carriers, like, dinged up a little bit, just so they know they're not invincible, that'd be for the best. Like, What?
Weapons intelligence and training. These included CIA personnel who continue to operate in the country secretly, mostly in the capital, Kiev, and furthermore, a few dozen special operations commandos from other NATO countries, including Britain, France, Canada, and Lithuania, were working inside Ukraine. However, to be fair, that was only a small number of Western special operations forces on the ground. Now, NATO powers are considering sending even more. Now, obviously, this is very dangerous, considering that the US and Russia have the most nuclear missiles on Earth. The possibility of this continuing to escalate and eventually become a nuclear war is very real. And this is something that we all must keep in mind, especially considering that Reuters reported this June. I'm reading a headline.
I'm not responding to Simp again.
Biden aid raises possible increased deployments of
Oh, yeah, that
US
shit looks tight.
strategic nuclear
Those pyramids.
weapons. This is terrifying. I'm reading here from Reuters. Quote, the United States may have to deploy more strategic nuclear weapons in coming years to
Ritter got
deter
captured?
growing threats
Really?
from Russia, China, and other adversaries, a senior White House aide said. So the U.S. is
Wow, that was nice pics.
threatening potential nuclear conflict against both Russia and China.
96
as the war
missiles
escalates
overwhelmed.
in Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
This is extremely dangerous. And this also reflects how the very hawkish politicians in Western governments do not reflect the democratic will of their populations.
That's right.
This has been confirmed by polling. This June,
Hit off key
a
strategic
Western think tank
alright,
called the
ballistic
Institute
missiles
for
with
Global
hypersonic
Affairs,
warheads.
which is part of the Eurasia Group,
Very
which is
basic.
a very
$3 billion spent
hawkish
defending against
political
Iranian missile attack
consultancy
did
firm,
not stop.
which works
Yeah, man, I
with
thought they didn't
Western
fire any
governments. This is
hypers.
a very
I thought they didn't end up firing any hypersonics. They just fired some of their faster conventional ones. I could be wrong, but actually, I think I am wrong. So never mind.
establishment organization. They are very pro-war. They are very anti-Russia and anti-China. And they published a survey this June entitled The New Atlanticism. In this study, researchers
God.
surveyed
God.
people in the United States and Western Europe.
You mean
They
like
found
Atlantis?
The vast majority want NATO member countries to push for a negotiated settlement for the war in Ukraine. 94% of North Americans said that they wanted a negotiated settlement to end the war. 88% of Western Europeans. However, I should point out that this study is rather strange. The way they asked the question, you could have multiple answers. So the total sums up to 134% instead of 100%. But the point that you should take away from this is that in the US and Western Europe, only 17% of people said that they wanted the war to continue in order to weaken Russia. Only
Fucking maniacs, dude.
17%. And that includes people who also could have put
Here, use my
another
head to blunt
answer.
that sword.
So even though they conducted the survey in a very strange way that allowed people to answer twice so it doesn't sum to 100, regardless, the point is that the vast majority of average people in NATO
my Stalin
countries
light's not on.
want
No one told me.
a negotiated settlement to end the war, even though their governments are not supporting that. While Western governments escalate the war in Ukraine and oppose calls for peace, meanwhile, the governments of China and Brazil have jointly introduced a peace plan to try to end the war. This was published on the 23rd of May, and in this peace proposal, they published 6 main points that they say must be agreed to in order to have negotiations. First of all, they call for a de-escalation, no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of fighting, which NATO is opposing. They're escalating the war. The US is encouraging Ukraine now to attack Russian territory. The second point of their proposal is they insist that dialogue and negotiation are the only viable solution to the Ukraine crisis. And they say China and Brazil support an international peace conference that is recognized by both Russia and Ukraine with equal participation of all parties. This is the exact opposite of what the US and NATO are pushing for. They claim they're going to have a peace conference, but Russia was not even invited, so it's not actually a peace conference. Point 3 of this peace proposal by China and Brazil is that we must increase humanitarian assistance. Point 4 is that nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction must be opposed. We must prevent nuclear proliferation. Meanwhile, Washington is doing the exact opposite. US officials are talking about increasing deployment of US strategic nuclear weapons aimed at China and Russia. Point 5 of the China-Brazil proposal is that there should be no attacks on nuclear power plants and other peaceful nuclear facilities. And point 6 is China and Brazil insist that the world must not be divided into political or economic groups. They call for enhancing international cooperation and protecting the stability of global industrial and supply chains. So what they're saying here is that Beijing and Brasilia oppose the new Cold War. They don't want to divide the world up into opposing blocs in Cold War II. They want peace, and they're trying to organize an international peace conference in order to end the proxy war in Ukraine between NATO and Russia. The Western powers are opposing the peace proposal that was made by China and Brazil, and instead they're holding a NATO conference in Switzerland that does not feature Russia. And the US is attacking China and telling China that it must attend this US-led so-called peace conference in Switzerland, but China refuses to do so because it's not a peace conference, because one side of the war was not invited. And you can clearly see this blatant hypocrisy in an article that was published by Reuters titled, US Encourages China to Attend Peace Summit on Ukraine. You should not call it a peace summit. This article notes that Russia has not been invited to participate in the June 15th and 16th meeting. And it says, Beijing has so far said it will stay away from the summit, describing the attendance of both warring sides as a prerequisite for any substantive peace conference. This is not some crazy Chinese demand that is unrealistic. This is the definition of a peace summit. You cannot have any kind of real peace conference, any kind of real negotiations, if both sides of the war are not invited. If only Ukraine is invited, this is actually a war conference. It is the US and its allies in NATO meeting in Switzerland to talk about how they can provide more support for Ukraine in order to wage war on Russia. It's them talking about how they can force Russia to surrender. And what's so deeply hypocritical about this is that Western media outlets have been attacking China over its peace proposals, and they always put China's peace plan in scare quotes. They say China's plan for peace, as if it's not a real plan. And the implication that's not so subtle in all of this Western media reporting is that China supposedly does not want peace, and China instead supports Russia. But meanwhile, They're claiming that the US does want peace, even though the US refuses to invite Russia to the so-called peace conference, which is not a peace conference. Western governments and their stenographers in the corporate media are trying to turn reality
I'm
on
sure it's
its
better
head
than that.
and portray China as opposing peace while claiming that the West wants peace. In reality, it's the exact opposite. From the very beginning, even before this war began, China has always called for peace and diplomacy and negotiations, whereas the
God, how's he
US
know all
and
this?
NATO and Europe have constantly opposed any efforts at bringing about peace. And this was made clear as day back in February of 2023, a year anniversary of this new phase of the war, when the Chinese Foreign Ministry published a 12-point proposal for peace. And this is not the first time. China has repeatedly published statements and proposals for peace that the West has rejected. And these proposals are very common sense. They're not radical. These are China's 12 points that it has repeatedly called for. Number one, the sovereignty of all countries must be respected. That includes Ukraine, but it also includes Russia. And the US and NATO refuse to respect the sovereignty of Russia. The US and NATO have surrounded Russia with military bases and constantly threatened Russia. Point two is that all sides must abandon the Cold War mentality. China says, we do not want a new Cold War. It is the US that is waging Cold War II. Point three is that hostilities on all sides must cease. Point four is there must be peace talks with both sides represented. Point five is that the humanitarian crisis must be resolved. Point six is that civilians and prisoners of war must be protected. Point seven, nuclear power plants must be kept safe. Point eight, strategic risks must be reduced, especially in terms of nuclear weapons. Point nine is that grain exports must be facilitated. This is especially for developing countries in the global south that rely on importing wheat to feed their population. And many of those wheat exports have been disrupted because of the proxy war. Point 10 is that unilateral sanctions must stop. And of course, the US refuses to abide by this because the US has imposed illegal unilateral sanctions on countries representing more than 1/4 of the world population, including for many decades against countries like Cuba, which violate international law, and the US refuses to do so despite the fact that every year at the United Nations General Assembly, the vast
Mongoon
majority, almost
underscore
all
says
countries
paper
on
towels
Earth
aren't a
oppose
toy.
those US
Put those
illegal
back.
sanctions, and yet they continue. Point 11 of China's proposal is that industrial and supply chains must be kept stable. And finally, point 12 is that post-conflict reconstruction must be promoted. Now, if you look at this 12-point proposal made by China in February 2023, you can see that it is very similar to the 6-point proposal that was jointly made by China and Brazil in May when they called for an international peace conference. And it was the US and NATO that opposed this peace proposal. And it's not just China and Brazil that support this proposal. Numerous countries in the global south have expressed support, including Nicaragua. The Sandinista government of Nicaragua, the foreign ministry, published a statement expressing support for this proposal, calling for an international peace conference to end the war in Ukraine. But the Western powers are opposing every single concrete proposal to actually bring about peace in Ukraine, and they claim to be holding this so-called peace conference in Switzerland this June, but Russia was not invited. So it's not actually a peace conference, and instead they're in fact escalating the war while opposing the will of their own populations, the vast majority of people in the US and in Western Europe who want peace. It is ridiculous the way that Western governments and their stenographers in the corporate media are portraying this conflict. It is very misleading. It is the exact opposite of reality. And that is why we here at Geopolitical Economy Report dedicate ourselves to trying to educate people on what's actually going on in the world. I'm Ben Norton, the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining me today. Please like and subscribe. Please share. And I will see you all next time.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
Yo.
the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
I never watch her shit. I don't know why that would be the suggested video. Whatever. Blame me, Batman. What'd you say? Damn white? Cool. Isn't there a democracy now that isn't the war and peace report? Yeah, seriously.
Fargo is literally perfect, says you're so silly.
You and the guest join Amy for dinner, visit our NYC studio. Huh. Pass. I'm not falling asleep anymore. I'm up. Okay. Cool. And I got my third, fourth, and fifth wind. Okay. Was the clip? What was? If you're going to attack Knots for that, but what? Does he think I'm talking about fucking Brianna Wu? I think he does, doesn't he? What? What? If you're going to attack something Knots for that, but not Brianna, who her entire strategy is DSA is stupid for trying to infiltrate the Democratic Party. I can't even make sense of what you're fucking saying over here. Like, we all need to be sheep herded out of the Democrats and into literally third party voting, which has never worked. Okay, dude. You're kidding me, and I said all she does is squat, bed, fudge, dude. On top of propping up. So, like, do you say that, like, every single person that works at, like, a media conglomerate with, like, thousands and thousands of employees, that all over the world, like, the on-air personality from North America is what? I just don't get it. Like, what? Like, where's the cutoff? So it's like if you work for any kind of like establishment media outlet, you are like propping up a Zionist or whatever. Okay, dude. Already fired. Yeah, then he tries to say this shit that was um already fired Katie, and she says she just rolled her eyes. What? I mean, uh, some people never forgave her for pointing out how fucking decrepit all the demon rats are. And he's one of them, I guess, right? Because, I mean, god damn. Yeah, he doesn't need to get with the program. That's a good point. Yeah. Um, it's just like she's got a lot of haters or people who think they hate her, who've found their way in here. And I always do the same thing I just did to him. I'm like, tell me one thing she said that you disagree with. And they can't ever do it. There's never anything there. Let's just watch this.
Now, interestingly, Breonna Joy Gray was not even the first person fired by The Hill for criticizing Israel. In October of 2022, Jacobin, the left-wing reported on
Jacobin.
of Katie Halper, who herself is a Jewish
Jacobin.
journalist. She had been also working for the same program where Breonna was fired from yesterday, called Rising.
Why is he talking like this?
The left-wing journalist Katie Halper has been fired for calling Israel an apartheid state. Are you allowed in the United States to call Israel an apartheid state? We've shown you many times before that in September of 2023, a month before the October 7th attack, the former head of the Mossad, appointed to that position by Benjamin
He made her which way Rob you look bad? Yeah.
said that Israel had become an apartheid state because of the fact that they were about to be the minority rulers of a majority of Arabs, excuse the phrase, between the river and the sea. Now, speaking of between the river and the sea, I wrote an article back in
Jacobin. I'm gonna start saying that.
By the way, from NBC News, was an article on CNN firing Mark Lamont Hill, their longtime commentator, and he was fired after his speech on Israel draws outrage. He essentially gave a speech in which he said that we think it's important that Palestinians be free from the river to the sea, and for that, yet another journalist, Mark Lamont Hill, an American journalist, was fired from his job.
It's like
for criticizing Israel in a way that people found offensive. And I've been writing about this for so many years. Back in
offensive, really? It's just like
a longtime producer for CNN who covered the Mideast region for them, Octavia Nazar, was fired by CNN. It was a summary dismissal by CNN of a 20-year employee who had nothing but positive
lucky they didn't shoot her in the head.
And the reason she got fired was because she expressed solidarity or positive sentiments for
Can suit? Yeah, dude, he loves that he loves that shit. He actually thought that Obama should have been prosecuted for that. So
saying essentially like my sentiments for people who knew him. He was very popular in Lebanon, and this is somebody that you're not allowed to criticize because he's deemed to be anti-Israel, and she was instantly fired from her job in journalism after 20 years. This is a pattern that goes back many, many, many years.
No, I'm not following you, dude.
Is only the latest example of someone who was fired from her job for criticizing Israel in a way that was deemed excessive. Now, we're about to go talk to Breonna. She is, for those of you who don't know, a lawyer. She is also a longtime journalist. She was my former colleague at The Intercept, where we worked together for about 2 years, and then she left in order to become the press secretary of the 2020 Bernie Sanders campaign. And after that, over the last
remember how normal he was back then?
Very popular host of the morning news show Rising, which is a show produced by the longtime Washington media outlet called The Hill. And it was yesterday when Brianna received word out of nowhere with no explanation.
Right
She was being fired at
wing
exactly the same time that
Zionist
she
media
become
outlet.
a major source of indignation and contempt and hatred on the part of the pro-Israel faction in the United States. I'm always delighted to speak with Brianna, and tonight is no exception. Brianna, it's great to see you. Thank you so much
Oh,
for
she's live.
taking the time to talk to us.
Come on.
Thank you for having me, Glenn, and thank you, I have to say, for being just so consistent on this particular issue.
I saw what's his name?
Especially when so many others have demonstrated that there is a free speech exception that is very much Israel shaped.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, one of the things I've always tried to argue when I've been defending people on the right who are fired or censored or otherwise punished for their views is that it doesn't matter whether you like that person, whether you like their views. What matters is the principle that you want to affirm. Do you want to live in a society in which people are required to recite certain ideological orthodoxies in order to be heard in media, to keep their job in journalism, or do you want to live in a society where there's actually free speech, where people are permitted to involve themselves in debates, even with views that are unpopular, and not lose their job over it? And especially in journalism, academia, that's really the place most of all where we need this kind of free discourse. So let's talk about your situation. I just went through this long history that I know you know of all the people in the United States who have been fired for many years, and particularly since October 7th, for criticizing the state of Israel in some way or supporting the Palestinian cause. You know those risks to your career, and yet you have become,
I don't think
October
so.
7th, one of the most visible.
I don't know who is, but I don't think it's them. Most critical. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's Fox either. No, what do you think it is?
And vocal critics of the state of Israel, of its war in Gaza, of the Palestinian cause. Why was that a risk that you were willing to take?
I'm saying, we watch her at least one of her segments every day, probably, right? I've never heard her say anything I like disagreed with. You know, there was maybe some stuff that I would like strategically do a little bit differently, but like for the most part, like I just it's live on Brianna's page. It's posted on ours. Like, you know.
And I should say, I think the risk is even higher for people like yourself who aren't Jewish.
Yeah.
People who are Jewish can get fired, like Norman Finkelstein. But
I'm trying to think. Yeah. I mean,
have a little bit more protection, but you know, you were particularly vulnerable, I think, in part for that reason. Why was this cause something that you were willing to risk your job over?
after she redid her hair back to the old way too.
I always saw my choice to work at Rising in the first place as driven by my desire to use a large corporate
Yeah, she loves fucking getting on the mainstream media.
to articulate left politics, which are largely excluded from any kind of mainstream discourse. For me, primarily, frankly, exclusively, it was about my ability to use the platform to advance a kind of politics that I feel passionately about. And the money is just, you know, an ancillary benefit on the side. And especially after Katie was fired from the Hill,
I wonder how much she gets paid.
was that
should I apply for her job?
Obligation, frankly, to test the premise that the CEO Bob Cusack had put out there at the time, which was that Katie's firing was not ideological, that they had some other sort of issue with the way the radar that she had written that was ostensibly the cause for her firing. These radars are our video essays that we deliver direct to camera. What they had told her was that her radar was somehow not up to the standard, that it had been written in a way that was not consistent with the Hill's editorial direction, and that's why she was let go, not because of the content of the radar. So what I said was, I'm going to go full bore on this issue in particular, obviously not knowing at the time that October 7th was going to make it the issue in
How will she pay for her Harvard loans?
But it was really important to me to not pull any punches.
Her Patreon. Hold on, let's peep that real quick. I don't know if she splits it with Virgil still, but bed. Oops. Faith. Podcast. Okay. There you go. Okay. Do. Used to make 14K a month or some shit on Patreon. Wow. I'm trying to see. Membership. Okay. That's what I have. Okay, it's right here. It doesn't say. Okay. I mean, I can see why she wouldn't put it on there, but damn. I'd like to know.
In part because I did not want to validate in any way the Hill's reasoning that they did not already fire a contributor for ideological reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously empathize the minute, you know, you're a journalist and someone's telling you that you can't say certain things or can't report certain things. That is no longer a job that any person with any dignity should maintain. That's what I said when I quit my own media outlet, The Intercept, and I wish that there were a lot more people who thought that way. All right, let's talk about the firing itself. You were notified of your termination by an email that you were sent by the Hill yesterday, and just to add insult to injury, they didn't even bother to spell your name correctly. And they essentially just said, effective immediately, you are fired. It didn't contain any reasons for it. There's the email on the screen, and people can see that it's just a very kind of.
I mean, it was very clearly for Israel, dude. What do you?
Have you received any word from them?
Bullshit.
Either since the firing or before that they had a problem with things that you were saying about Israel?
Yes and no. So I have not had any communication with anybody from the Hill about the firing. The producer, Joanne Levine, has not returned any of my phone calls. I immediately reached out after I received this letter, in part because it wasn't clear to me from the text where the 30 days referenced in the letter meant that they expected me to finish out the month.
$28,000 a month?
Wednesday was my last.
Oh, my God. Whew. I know. You know what, though? If we do all these big deals, if we can actually get all these fucking clients in, I might make, $28,000 a month, but I might make half that, maybe. Well, let's see. 28 a month times 12 is, what? That's it? 56K? No, it can't be. 20, 56. Yeah, it's like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Wow. I mean, yeah. Yeah. So 4 times that at least. 5 times that. No, 3 times that. Sorry. Okay. So 350K. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I might make that. Yeah. All right. And new number to shoot for.
Texted her several times saying, "Look, I don't need to have a conversation with
Got
you.
that Brianna Gray money.
At one point, it's so I can start talking about this publicly. You know what I mean? So no, to date, I've heard from nobody except for Robbie, who has been on vacation and who is frustrated by all of this as well.
And to be clear, Robbie, it's Robbie Slavi, who's your co-host, with whom you have a lot of
Come
disagreements.
on, Glenn. We know who Robbie is.
Yes,
Come
very
on,
publicly
Glenn.
on the show. That's the whole point of the show. But behind the scenes, off camera, he's very supportive of our.
Really?
Of what we're trying to do on the show, of the project, of
Hold
the
on,
show
hold on.
itself, and is very protective of it, and was very frustrated and disappointed
Hashtag
in the
suave.
actions, that the Hill took. But I want to add some more context. I have been under a great deal of pressure for months and months now to tone down my Israel coverage.
Yeah, she goes hard as fuck, man. That's what I'm saying, dude.
I think really in earnest about 6 months ago or so, when there was a radical shift in the staff at the Hill, where basically every single person who worked there was either fired or pushed out. The work environment was so difficult that they chose to leave, basically. And
Hmm.
as new staff replaced them, particularly new producers who exerted much more editorial control over the content than had ever been exerted before, they particularly put a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
watch her talk
scrutiny
every
on
day.
coverage of Israel and started to refer to our coverage
She's LaRouche.
as an Israel block. So we do about
What does that
12
mean?
blocks
It's so funny.
segments a day, and they started
It's
to
like when a lib calls somebody a LaRouche, they just mean that, like, this person occasionally attacks Democrats as well. Like, that's all they mean.
refer to this idea of an Israel block, where we could only do one segment on Israel. And as you can imagine, Glenn, given the plethora of stories that come out on a daily basis, some of them are domestic politics issues, some of them are straight news reporting about whatever bombing campaign most recently happened in, let's say, Rafah. Some of them are about the choice to have Netanyahu
No,
come to
Robbie's
speak
not
to
going to be
Congress.
next.
You might have a story about what happened on a college
I,
campus
I think they
protest
might get her,
recently.
though. I'm worried about
You could
Brianna.
easily do 12 segments on Israel every day, and they were segments that were very popular with rising audience.
Yep.
Unlike some other, I've been on the other side of that, right? I've had to talk about issues that I'm the foil for. I'm the heel for with that particular very ideologically mixed audience. But on Israel, it was a double header of a lot of clicks, earns money for the company, and is also something that's very newsy, and is something that ideologically I personally cared a lot about. And yet, unlike other subjects that were very newsy, let's say when we talked about a lot of COVID coverage, talked about some culture issues with trans issues and the like, there was never the same resistance.
Attacking Democrats equals
as
punching
much
left.
as the
Yeah.
audience wanted as there was when it came to Israel.
So I think there are two important things to note here. Number one is that this is not a foreign war. This is an American war. The United States government is paying for this war. It's arming the Israelis. And I think most importantly of all, it has completely isolated itself on the world stage. So often there are votes at the UN where the only two no votes in the world are the United States and Israel. And the rest of the world either is voting yes to criticize Israel, to stop Israel, or there's a couple dozen countries in the middle that are abstaining. And so as an American, of course this is the war you're going to talk about, not even because it's a war. It's like the war in Ukraine. It's also an American war as well. And the other thing that I think is so important, what you said, and I actually wanted to ask you about this, is it would be one thing if you had your own show and you were just there spouting what the company considered, let's call it anti-Israel propaganda, and there was nobody rebutting it or checking it. For anyone who has seen this show, you had right next to you your co-host, Robbie Swaby, who I know well, and but on this topic, he pretty much has been defending Israel vociferously, and you and he have had
Bet he has.
some very strident arguments. In fact, often, almost the kind that you wouldn't expect for two co-workers to have, because that's how open these disagreements and disputes were. That was out. Can you talk a little bit more, though, about the idea? Because obviously, if the Hill could point to the fact that your commentary on Israel was harming their ratings or their views or their profit, that would be one thing. But talk a little bit more about what that data shows.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, the numbers at the Hill have been down significantly again since this whole staff turnover earlier this year, in part because it almost feels, frankly, like they've been trying to sabotage the show for a long time. For example, the edict came down earlier this year that we weren't allowed to respond to clips. And as you know, Glenn, so much of doing a kind of an internet show is responding to, viral clips, whether they're, Tucker Carlson sat down with an interview with Thomas Massey, or Whoopi Goldberg said something silly on The View. I mean, that's so much of what the coverage is. But there was this decision to not disallow us from doing that. That caused a real steep decline in the kinds of segments we could do. There have been I've been outright told that certain kinds of guests couldn't come on. For example, I was told that Norm Finkelstein, you brought him up earlier, the foremost scholar on Gaza in the entire country, if not the world, was banned because they said he was a, quote, Holocaust denier. This is someone whose parents survived the Holocaust themselves. So this is the kind of pressure that we've been under. And as much as you see me, arguing with Robbie on air, that is our job. In many ways, it has been more tense behind the scenes because of the editorial control that they have been trying to wrest over me personally. I think Robbie, frankly, he'll speak for himself at some point, I'm sure, but has been under a lot of pressure to push back against me in ways that maybe are even artificial to his own belief structure, because the show desired, people at the company desired there to be balance, even if this is not necessarily an issue where there are both sides. And I think that's ultimately what led to the interview, which is being held up as the pretext for my firing.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you there because I exactly what I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, that fucking
We're gonna show
sister.
that clip.
Jesus.
I wanted to talk to you about it. But just to give a little context to this, I've definitely been noticing that you have been kind of ascending as a target by pro-Israel fanatics. I mean, they've been
Yes.
really going after you. You did this debate recently where it was very contentious. And
That's 'cause she's a
supposed
LaRoucheite.
neutral host, Konstantin Kissin,
Or a band or whatever.
began attacking you in very vicious ways, calling you a DEI Barbie, and then pathetically and cowardly denying that he was referring in any way to your race.
Made.
Yeah, exactly. It could be your. You should change your Twitter name to that. But clearly the fact that you are out there, that you do have this kind of platform in corporate media, where you've been using it to be so vocal in your criticism of Israel, has really made you public enemy number one. But as you say, that really escalated when this very short snippet of an interview that you conducted with, I believe she's the sister of a hostage in Gaza. Is that correct? She's the sister of a hostage in Gaza. It was at the very end of the interview, so there was no context to it, but they tried to claim that you were essentially mocking and rolling your eyes at a rape victim. Let's show this video that caused so much disturbance.
Wait a minute. She didn't even claim she was raped.
And I really hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that they got hurt.
All right. Thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
Now, Brianna, I honestly never knew that there were so many people on the right who embrace this phrase, believe women. But ever since October 7th, they've been kind of chanting and marching around with their fist in the air, chanting this like they're Gloria Steinem or something. I mean, before October 7th, the idea was, no, we don't believe women. We want to see evidence. And you can question the evidence. I guess that is yet another view that changed. But what happened there? Were you mocking and rolling your eyes at Israeli rape victims, or explain what it is that you were doing?
Of course not. And I am hesitant to give the Hill more clicks at this point, but I do encourage people to go and listen to the whole interview, because there's a couple of things. One is that this is not someone that the Hill reached out to. They weren't looking for a guest who was a family member of a hostage, or who gave the perspective of what those family members are going to. This person offered themselves up, and very specifically when making the request, said that they wanted to talk to me. And when our producer Joanne forwarded the request to me, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but immediately a red flag went up, because it seemed to me that this was someone who had a personal vendetta and agenda against me. And I was cautioning Joanne against having yet another person on that wanted to litigate what they found distasteful about my own personal political views in the context of a show where I, as a host, really don't have the opportunity to go back and forth. I have to, moderate a show, be gracious to the person who has come there. But when they sort of open the door to personal attacks, it upsets the balance in a way that I don't think is really appropriate for the show. But I was in a position where I was under a great deal of pressure, once again, to have balance in the coverage that was happening on the show, despite the fact that my radars were one of the only well-performing segments that were happening on the Hill at the time, because of the decline in viewership, that I was alluding to before. So throughout this interview, it was I think very fine. I think her perspective is valuable and necessary. We were talking about her sister, how hard it is for her to be separated from her. It was a compelling story. But then she started to interject political claims into the narrative. She made an Islamophobic.
Really, no, she doesn't have too many anti-communist comments. It's just some, like...
comments suggesting that there was going to be terrorism in Dearborn, Michigan, because I suppose it's the largest Arab American community.
Well, yeah. Exactly. She was pretending that she was there to, spread her sister's story and get, try to, intimidate the fucking kidnappers or whatever, and that's not it at all.
might happen in Dearborn. She talked about the now well discredited mass rape hoax on October 7th. Suggesting that if that the Zaka Zaka organization that perpetuated many of those claims was credible, and that if I only had listened to Zaka, that I would understand what had happened on October 7th, and that her sister could be under similar threats of violence. And certainly it could be the case that her sister could be under threats of sexual violence. But she forced me, frankly, to push back against discredited false claims about events that did not happen on October 7th. And as I did that, she seemed to grow increasingly agitated. She would pivot between saying,
Yeah, that's what Tim said, right?
politics. And I said, okay,
What's his
tell me
name?
about your sister. We'd love to hear about your sister. And then she would interject politics
Guy
back into
from
it. When I tried to ask her how she felt as the family of a hostage victim, about how Benjamin Netanyahu has been handling the return of the hostages, he has been protested, as you well know, in Israel for not prioritizing the return of the hostages, and instead saying that he wants to obliterate Hamas before thinking about agreeing to any of these ceasefire deals. She again pivoted away, said she's not a politician, doesn't know about politics. But then, of course, toward the end, increasingly tried to make it personal about me. I pushed back the little bit that you saw there at the end. And frankly, that eye roll and exasperation is more about the stupidity of my producer making the choice to have this guest on who very predictably was going to make it into a personal attack about me than about that woman herself. And I would point out that Hind Zig and another guest, Israeli guest, or I think she was actually an Iranian Zionist guest, have done the exact same thing when they've come on, and then clipped the episodes afterward to launch very personal media attacks against me with the swarm of bots that we now know from reporting over the past week is coming directly from the Israeli government.
You know, it's always been bizarre to me since October 7th that the excuse for destroying all of Gaza, for obliterating it, for blowing it all up, and for starving it, is they're doing it for the hostages. Because if I were a family member of a hostage in Gaza, and many family members of hostages in Gaza have said this repeatedly, the last thing I'd want is for my own government to be bombing the crap indiscriminately out of the place where my family member was and to be starving them. You had hostages who were released as part of that exchange early on, and many of them came out and said, my biggest fear were Israeli bombs. And they talked about how there was often a shortage of food, not because Hamas was starving them, but they even said Hamas was sharing with them and eating the exact portions that they were eating. And so to even make her representative as if she's speaking for all hostage family members is itself a distortion. But I think the important thing I want to delve into a little bit more is the great taboo here has always been questioning things that were said in the weeks after October 7th about what happened on October 7th, even though we know for sure it's provably true that so many of the things that were said, particularly the worst things, turned out to be absolute lies. They said that Hamas had beheaded babies. They said that they put them in ovens, that they cut them out of the wombs. As it turns out, Haaretz documented that a grand total of one baby, Israeli baby, was killed on October 7th. These were all grotesque lies. They had Joe Biden say he saw photos of beheaded babies, even though that never happened. And then, of course, the big article that purported to step up and say we're about to tell the truth and verify this mass rape claim was a New York Times article that even within the Times, because of so much journalistic sketchiness, the need to retract certain things, people saying they were quoted in certain ways that they didn't believe, it turned into a huge scandal. And the New York Times, when they went to submit Pulitzer nominations, notably excluded that article. So there's all kinds of questions about the nature of these claims. Can you talk a little bit about some of the uncertainties or the things that have been disproven about those kind of claims?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because even covering that story on the Hill has been particularly difficult, even within the context of the broader Gaza siege. In one particular instance, I remember wanting to cover, I don't remember whose reporting it was, whether it was the Gray Zone or Mondo Weiss, or, but one of the exposés that had been basically revealed the inconsistencies in the New York Times reporting and really blew the lid off of the mass rape hoax as it's come to be known. And when I proposed it as a block, our producer, again, Joanne Levine, said, I don't know about this. Why don't you, this feels like a radar. Why don't you do it as a radar? So just I can hear you. Sorry, whoever that was just talking in the background there from the show.
Okay, good.
Sorry. But you know, it sounds like a radar. Basically, she was trying to turn what was a news story into a personal opinion story to put distance between it and the show. And again, I was not required to do radars. Part of my deal here was that I was going to go from 3 days to 4 days about a year ago and no longer be required to do these radars, which are pretty time consuming. I started doing radars again after October 7th with great frequency because it was really the only way I could get coverage of Gaza-related stories into the lineup. So that was one instance where in particular there was a clear discomfort around even covering the mass rape hoax story. Of course, when I did cover it, did turn it into a radar, it was again one of the best performing blogs that we had. But yeah, I want to give an enormous amount of credit to the Gray Zone and Mondo Wise and the Squirrel Twitter account and all of the people who have been scrutinizing the blatantly from the record, from the New York Times' record, inconsistent claims about what was alleged to have happened on October 7th. And even just, I believe today, was it the London Times finally is one of the more mainstream outlets that is now going back into the Pramila Patton UN report that was held up as corroborating evidence of sexual assault on October 7th when it did exactly the opposite. She said she looked through hundreds and thousands of images and video hours of the cameras that Hamas was wearing and the like, and did not see any evidence of rape in any of that imagery. And yet we still have Sheryl Sandberg and the like performatively on camera saying that they're looking at evidence of rape that we know was not actually uncovered by the UN. And in fact, in the interview with the sister of the Hamas hostage on the Hill, she says that she also saw this video that the UN says, after examining all of the video and documentary evidence that there was, did not demonstrate, despite seeing a lot of horrible things, no doubt, did not see any evidence of sexual assault on October 7th.
You know, I think that's the key point. Like, there were obviously terrible atrocities on October 7th, as people now say, as always happens in war. I mean, there were clearly civilians who were murdered, Israeli civilians, in terrible and gruesome ways, in ways that were often intentional. But the truth also matters. Like, to question claims, these maximalist claims, doesn't mean you're denying the things that happened on October 7th inside Israel that were very...
they blocked you too.
You know, every time
I don't care.
a certain one of these events,
Fucking
there's
assholes.
always lies told about
Who
it.
do you think they are?
The
Blocking
Bush
me.
administration wanted to go to war with Iraq over Kuwait. They made up claims
Harmless.
about how Saddam Hussein was pulling babies out of incubators. You know, the Vietnam War started with lies. The other Iraq War started with lies. I remember when the Obama administration killed Osama bin Laden, they immediately released a whole string of lies to emotionally manipulate people to support it, claiming that he was shooting at them, that he had held up his wife as a shield in front of him to show what a coward he was. None of this turned out to be true. So the idea that we can't even, that we're willing to accept immediately everything that's claimed to one of these events, let alone agree that we can't question it, is amazing to me. Let me, I just have a little bit of time left with you. Let me just ask you, this whole idea that you can't, that you risk your job if you criticize this foreign country, even though you're an American citizen living in your own country, and that you're free to say anything you want, no matter how vicious or nasty, about American leaders and American government officials, but you have to be very careful and walk a very cautious line when criticizing the officials of this one foreign country. How did that feel to you, having just lost your job because of it?
I mean, look, it's a known. I know that I was playing with fire, but to me, there's no point in being at an outlet like The Hill unless you're willing to use it to say the things that you're not allowed to say. And I know that I was testing their boundaries. You know, as I've explained, it's been a head-to-head fight almost every single day for the past 6 months to get the coverage that you've seen on the screen. But to me, it was worth it. And it's worth it to expose how intolerant outlets like this really are. Because remember, The Hill really gets a lot of traction out of this idea that it's not really corporate media. It's an online show. It was, you know, innovated by Crystal and Sagar, who have this amazing format of left and right and who are outside of the two-party dynamic, neither identifying as Democrats or Republicans, willing to challenge the political establishment and be very critical of it from both sides, both kind of outsider wings. And they cover a lot of issues that are about speech suppression. We covered the Twitter files extensively. We cover COVID misinformation. We covered all of those things extensively, and really sort of the show brands itself as being different from other sorts of corporate media. We don't censor. We cover people who are censored. We have, Matt Taibbi on. We have Ken Klippenstein on. We have you on. And so I do think that alone is what kept me around so long, even as I was causing so much trouble internally. They were worried about the brand hit that they were going to take, especially after what happened to Katie Halper. So yeah, I don't. I mean, obviously, I regret it
Took
insofar
us
as
says
I
you
think it's
okay there,
important
Matt,
to have
with mouth
a
wide.
left perspective on relatively mainstream platforms. That is why I was there. I think it's important, and that is a loss in and of itself. But I also think this is an important teaching moment, an important kind of reckoning moment about how powerful. And this is not, a trope or stereotyping. I'm talking about a news story that was reported this past week about an Israeli branch of government that has a social media campaign to influence U.S. lawmakers. This is what we're talking about here, the incredible influence of not just AIPAC as a lobby, but Israel as an institution in dictating America's media agenda and political agenda. And it should not be missed, by the way, that in both the pile-on that happened about a week ago over the debate that I did at the dissidents conference in New York. That debate happened a month ago. That clip was surfaced and circulated about a week ago by people like Richie Torres, who were one of the Congress members that the reporting about the Israeli influence campaign specifically says was involved. And he also was involved in surfacing and disseminating the eye roll clip, which is purportedly the reason why I've been fired, although of course that's not what the Hill has said. I really do think it was a pretext, given my long-standing commitment to covering truthfully what has been going on the ground in Gaza.
Is this one of those bizarre yet very revealing facts of American political life that Congressman Richie Torres, who represents the single poorest district in the United States, has decided to make defense of this foreign country on the other side of the world, who have millions of citizens who have a better standard of living than the people in his district, the number one cause? Obviously, he understands the converse of what happened to you, namely that if you become a fanatical Israel supporter, as he has become, it is very good for your political future. Before I let you go, let me just ask you, you obviously identify as a leftist. You are at the same time a harsh critic of the Democratic Party. There's a lot of speculation that Biden's ongoing support for Israel, which we now will know will last through Election Day and beyond, might endanger his re-election, because there are a lot of young people, a lot of Arab people, a lot of left-wing voters whose support he needs in key swing states like Michigan and others. How serious of a threat do you think that is? Do you think the left will snap into line like they usually do and vote for the Democrats, or do you think that this poses a serious threat to his support that he needs?
I do not think they will snap in line. There's obviously a contingent of folks who, to date, are still saying, yes, I'm very disappointed in him, but we've got to vote blue no matter who. But what has been really remarkable to see for me is that even people who were very critical of Biden, but who also said he's better than the alternative, have now changed their tune, who have changed their mind, because for them, a genocide, or what the ICJ has at least described as plausibly a genocide, is their red line. And, I'm alluding to my friends, Crystal and Kyle, who I have the utmost respect for. We had a public debate on their podcast, I think end of last summer, about whether or not the left should vote for Biden. I felt very strongly that they should not. This was before October 7th. But they felt, and they make a reasoned argument along these lines that I respect but disagree with, that because of certain labor gains, the improvement to the NLRB, those being building blocks for a bigger left movement, that it was worthwhile to vote for him. Now, post October 7th and post the 8 months now of ethnic cleansing that we've seen in Gaza, they do not feel that way. And I admire that shift, and I very strongly agree with them. I'm so glad that we're all on the same page. But to me, that speaks volumes, that very intelligent people made a reasoned argument and said at one point, yes, even knowing all of the critiques more than most folks, because who criticizes Biden more than people like Crystal and Kyle? Very, very few. That they still felt like there was like a kind of political argument to voting for him then. but not now. And if they have had that shift, being as informed and knowledgeable as they
I'm a mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a mongoloid.
Over it.
Old
So
Fortwick says it's
many
while
other
watching the
players are. You
streamer
cannot
stream.
see
Hmm.
the actual headless infants, the record number of amputee children, the blatant disregard for cemeteries, 16 cemeteries being dug up by the IDF.
Huh?
What is the claim there? That Hamas is under the dead?
I heard
6 feet
debunking
down,
power
there's
levels.
tunnels under
Good
the
enough. Yeah,
cemetery.
right.
It's so flagrant that to the extent that anybody thinks that Biden should win because we got to quote unquote defeat fascism or defeat Trump or whatever, the argument has to be that it's incumbent on Biden to change his position to earn those votes back. Because I think very few kind of moral thinking, feeling, seeing people can look up at the Democratic argument that Biden is better than the alternative and really have a clear picture of that being true when he's the one that's funding and facilitating the genocide that we've been watching for the last 8 months.
Yeah, it's very strange to hear people say, I think Joe Biden is guilty of being complicit in genocide, and it's extremely important we do everything possible to keep him in power. I mean, I don't see how any minimally moral person could possibly join those two statements together. Bree, before I let you go, what is it that you are doing now? Where can people find you and support your work?
Well, I have always been living my life like my podcast, Bad Faith, is my primary job, and I will continue to do that. So you can get free episodes of Bad Faith every Thursday, and you can subscribe
Cool.
at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast to get an additional premium episode.
I mean, definitely dozed off somewhere in there. Whatever. It's fine. Whatever. How do you not remember that shit with the Mickey Cons a few years ago? Right?
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
What up? Thanks for following.
Header of a lot of clicks, earns money for the company, and is also something that's very newsy, and is something that ideologically I personally cared a lot
It's
about.
just you
And
had
yet,
your
unlike
hair.
other subjects that were very newsy, let's say when we talked about a lot of COVID coverage, talked about some culture issues with trans issues and the like, there was never the same resistance to covering it as much as the audience wanted as there was when it came to Israel.
So I think there are two important things to note here. Number one is that this is not a foreign war. This is an American war. The United States government is paying for this war. It's arming the Israelis. And I think most importantly of all, it has completely isolated itself on the world stage. So often there are votes at the UN where the only two no votes in the world are the United States and Israel. And the rest of the world either is voting yes to criticize Israel, to stop Israel, or there's a couple dozen countries in the middle that are abstaining. And so as an American, of course this is the war you're going to talk about, not even because it's a war, it's like the war in Ukraine, it's also an American war as well. And the other thing that I think is so important what you said, and I actually wanted to ask you about this, is it would be one thing if you had your own show and you were just there spouting what the company considered, let's call it anti-Israel propaganda, and there was nobody rebutting it or checking it. For anyone who has seen this show, you had right next to you your co-host, Robbie Suave, who well, and but on this topic, he pretty much has been defending Israel vociferously, and you and he have had some very strident arguments. In fact, often, almost the kind that you wouldn't expect for two co-workers to have. because that's how open
Right.
these disagreements and disputes were. That was can you talk a little bit more though about the idea, because obviously if the Hill could point to the fact that your commentary on Israel was harming their ratings or their views or their profit, that would be one thing, but talk a little bit more about what that data shows.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, the numbers at the Hill have been down significantly again since this whole staff turnover earlier this year, in part because it almost feels, frankly, like they've been trying to sabotage the show for a long time. For example, the edict came down earlier this year that we weren't allowed to respond to clips. And as you know, Glenn, so much of doing a kind of an internet show is responding to, viral clips, whether they're, Tucker Carlson sat down with an interview with Thomas Massey, or Whoopi Goldberg said something silly on The View. I mean, that's so much of what the coverage is. But there was this decision to not disallow us from doing that. That caused a real steep decline in the kinds of segments we could do. There I've been outright told that certain kinds of guests couldn't come on. For example, I was told that Norm Finkelstein, you brought him up earlier, the foremost scholar on Gaza in the entire country, if not the world, was banned because they said he was a, quote, Holocaust denier. This is someone whose parents survived the Holocaust themselves. So this is the kind of pressure that we've been under. And as much as you see me, arguing with Robbie on air, that is our job. In many ways, it has been more tense behind the scenes because of the editorial control that they have been trying to wrest over me personally. I think Robbie, frankly, he'll speak for himself at some point, I'm sure, but has been under a lot of pressure to push back against me in ways that maybe are even artificial to his own belief structure, because the show desired, people at the company desired there to be balance, even if this is not necessarily an issue where there are both sides. And I think that's ultimately what led to the interview, which is being held up as the pretext for my firing.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you there, because actually exactly what I wanted to ask you about, and we're going to show that clip. I wanted to talk to you about it. But just to give a little context to this, I've definitely been noticing that you have been kind of ascending as a target by pro-Israel fanatics. I mean, they've been really going after you. You did this debate recently where it was very contentious, and the supposed neutral host, Konstantin Kizin, began attacking you in very vicious ways, calling you a DEI Barbie, and then pathetically and cowardly denying that he was referring in any way to your race.
Made.
Yeah, exactly. It could be your.
Wow.
You should change your Twitter name to that. But clearly, the fact that you are out there, that you do have this kind of platform in corporate media, where you've been using it to be so vocal in your criticism of Israel, has really made you public enemy number one. But
see this.
As you say, that really escalated when this very short snippet of an interview that you conducted with, I believe she's the sister of a hostage in Gaza. Is that correct? She's the sister.
Does Sinwar pose once,
at the very end
commits
of
suicide.
the interview, so there was no context to it, but they tried to claim that you were essentially mocking and rolling your eyes at a rape victim. Let's show this video that caused so much
Who is she? What?
Thank you. Me too. And I'm really.
As far as we can tell, she's not any kind of victim. That's why she made the story up. Oh.
hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that.
You specifically.
All right, thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
Which woman?
I honestly never knew that there were so many people on the right who embrace this phrase, believe women. But ever since October 7th, they've been kind of chanting and marching around with their fist in the air, chanting this like they're Gloria Steinem or something. I mean, before October 7th, the idea was, no, we don't believe women. We want to see evidence. And you can question the evidence. I guess that is yet another view that changed. But what happened there? Were you mocking and rolling your eyes at Israeli rape victims, or explain what it is?
That's what I was doing.
Of course not. And I am hesitant to give the Hill more clicks at this point, but I do encourage people to go and listen to the whole interview, because there's a couple of things. One is that this is not someone that the Hill reached out to. They weren't looking for a guest who was a family member of a hostage, or who gave the perspective of what those family members are going to. This person offered themselves up, and very specifically when making the request, said that they wanted to talk to me. And when our producer Joanne forwarded the request to me, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but immediately a red flag went up because it seemed to me that this was someone who had a personal vendetta and agenda against me. And I was cautioning Joanne against having yet another person on that wanted to litigate what they found distasteful about my own personal political views in the context of a show where I, as a host, really don't have the opportunity to go back and forth. I have to, moderate a show, be gracious to the person who has come there. But when they sort of open the door to personal attacks, it upsets the balance in a way that I don't think is really appropriate for the show. But I was in a position where I was under a great deal of pressure, once again, to have balance in the coverage that was happening on the show, despite the fact that my radars were one of the only well-performing segments that were happening on the Hill at the time because of the decline in viewership, that I was alluding to before. So throughout this interview, it was I think very fine. I think her perspective is valuable and necessary. We were talking about her sister, how hard it is for her to be separated from her. It was, a compelling story. But then she started to interject political claims into the narrative. She made an Islamophobic comment suggesting that there was going to be terrorism in Dearborn, Michigan, because I suppose it's the largest Arab American community, so we should be afraid of what might happen in Dearborn. She talked about the now well discredited mass rape hoax on October 7th. Suggesting that
this thing on
the Zaka, the Zaka organization that perpetuated many of those claims was.
She was like, "We got to go track down my boys in Zaka and get these pics from them. They have the killer pics, or something like that." She's like, "Oh, we got to go get those pics."
Credible, and that if I only had listened to Zaka, that I would understand what had happened on October 7th, and that her sister could be under similar threats of violence. And certainly it could be the case that her sister could be under threats of sexual violence. But she forced me, frankly, to push back against discredited false claims about events that did not happen on October 7th. And as I did that, she seemed to grow increasingly agitated. She would pivot between saying that she didn't want to talk about politics. And I said, okay, well, tell me about your sister. We'd love to hear about your sister. And then she would interject politics back into it. When I tried to ask her how she felt as the family of a hostage victim, about how Benjamin Netanyahu has been handling the return of the hostages.
That's what I recall. She kept asking the sister what she thought of Netanyahu dropping the ball. Like, you've been critical before. Are you also critical of him now? Shit like that. Oh.
He has been protested, as you well know, in Israel for not prioritizing the return of the hostages, instead saying that he wants to obliterate Hamas before thinking about agreeing to any of these ceasefire deals. She, again, pivoted away, said she's not a politician, doesn't know about politics. But then, of course, toward the end, increasingly tried to make it personal about me. I pushed back the little bit that you saw there at the end. And frankly, that eye roll and exasperation is more about the stupidity of my producer making the choice to have this guest on who very predictably was going to make it into a personal attack about me than about that woman herself. And I would point out that Hind Midzig and another guest,
I knew that was coming.
Guest, or I think she was actually an Iranian Zionist guest,
her
had done the exact same thing when they've come on, and then clipped the episodes afterward to launch very personal media attacks against me with the swarm of bots that we now know from reporting over the past week is coming directly from the Israeli government.
It's always been bizarre to me since October 7th that the excuse for destroying all of Gaza, for obliterating it, for blowing it up.
What? What? You don't think that was true?
With the swarm of bots that we now know from reporting over the past week is coming directly from the Israeli government.
It's always been bizarre to me
about that woman herself. And I would point out that Hind Midzig and another guest, Israeli
Hind
guest, or I
Midzig.
think she was actually a
Hind Midzig.
Zionist guest, have made had done the exact same
She
thing.
henned on my
Launched and
Zig toy.
clipped the episodes afterward
I don't
to
know,
launch
something.
very personal media attacks against me with a swarm of bots that we now know from reporting over the past week is coming directly from the Israeli government.
You know, it's always been bizarre to me since October 7th that the excuse for destroying all of Gaza, for obliterating it, for blowing it all up, and for starving it, is they're doing it for the hostages. Because if I were a family member of a hostage in Gaza, and many family members of hostages in Gaza have said this repeatedly, the last thing I'd want is for my own government to be bombing the crap indiscriminately out of the place where my family member was and to be starving them. You had hostages who were released as part of that exchange early on, and many of them came out and said, my biggest fear were Israeli bombs. And they talked about how there was often a shortage of food, not because Hamas was starving them, but they even said...
Wait. Life in America will be objectively worse for many more people if Trump wins versus if Biden wins. What are you basing that on? Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna do another giant fucking op like that, I don't know, like, in terms of like their basic policy, I don't know. Trump had COVID, so it's hard to say with how he would have finished up this term. But like, I don't know. I again, it's very hard to like even imagine a president beginning to come anywhere close to like as horrific as this fucking term has been. Like it, maybe like in the future when it's like the next empire's collapsing. I just don't think doing khakis is going to do it right now. The Civil Rights Act needs to be majorly reformed in order to combat this new phenomenon of systemic anti-white racism. Who said this? Hitler would have admired Biden's resolution. Yeah, no. I think Biden genuinely does. Like, he feels like he's a participant in the Zionist project. I think he genuinely thinks that. Even though I think most people over there probably mock him when he turns his back. Lesser of two evils is not pertinent. I mean, look, I was willing to entertain that in 2020, right? I mean, I live in a blue state, so it didn't matter, but like, I definitely thought about it. It's just that like after the last 4 years, I can't do that. I mean, I just can't. It doesn't matter. Like, the distinction at that point is rather minute to say that like, oh, this is actually this again teeny tiny distinction is like like whatever, like the what's the expression, harm reduction. I don't know if that's true. I mean, and if it is, it's like I don't know if that's worth prioritizing for that mild, teensy tiny little difference. Huh? What? Tim Pool and some dipshit on this podcast. Who? Oh yeah, no, it's fucking. Yeah, Tim Pool loves that line.
Hamas was sharing with them.
I just would love to hear one of these guys explain anti-white, a case of anti-white racism, like an actual case. Like, find us something where the white person suffered a distinguishable, like identifiable loss because of their, status as a white person. Like what? Nothing. How about a laugh?
We now have institutions that are putting in tests, like the Harvard lawsuits restricting white people. And oftentimes they're explicit in why they're doing it.
It's just, man. I don't know, like if they've announced like the next entering class or whatever. From what I understand, like it's going to basically be like the top test taker, like the people who get the best grade on the test are not white people, right? It's like fucking, I think like Japanese people or whatever. You there's not going to like all these white people who got into these schools because of some sort of legacy process aren't going to have that anymore. And then like these assholes will still find somebody else to blame it on. If not, like they would ever be like, "Oh shit, we were wrong about that. This is actually bad." No. Mm-hmm.
They're outright saying too many white people.
Yeah.
So too many Asians. So we're gonna change the structure so that we get rid of them. And then you've got corporations that flat out tell people, "Oh, you're white. Sorry, we're not interested." I'll tell you a quick story. We had a pro skateboarder on this show a few months ago.
Oh, I wanted to watch
He's a
that
gay
shoot.
man, and he's like, it's not really a big deal. He's like, I don't go around telling everybody, but he got approached by a friend who said, hey, they're doing a commercial for, I think it was a shoe company. And it's like Pride Month or whatever. Would you want to be in it skateboarding? And he was like, oh, wow.
Dude, I love that Charlie Kirk story about like how what is it that he like didn't get into West Point because like they had to let some like black DEI lady in, like something like that, and he like tells it all the time.
That'd be cool. And when they submitted his reel,
And just like here's the thing I think with our system is like you need at least like some faction of one of the parties or whatever you're gonna have. You need to have some people who are willing to tell mostly the truth. As long as you have that, you're gonna have people who are motivated to join you in truth telling. Yes, fucking Mystery History had some bangers today, it looked like. Let's see what they got. Mountain platform. Whoa, 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 whoa. My empire doesn't desert me. Empire. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Okay, I watched most of these. All right, we're cool. Here. I watched this dude in forever.
Brianna Joy Gray is a commentator. She works for the Hill the Rising Nexter Media. Yesterday, she found out she was let go.
I don't think I can explain the feeling of uncertainty and unknowing and everything that's going on in the past 242 days. A lot of people are asking me if I got a phone call from Romy during that time, and obviously the answer is no. She's not held by an army group. It's a terror organization.
What? That's an important piece of context. I don't think do we know that, right? Who got her? In the video, that viral video that she's in, Doesn't appear to be a fucking army unit or anything. It appears to be a bunch of fucking random citizens, or random Gazans. In which case, there's no guarantee she's gonna be safe. Okay. So much rock candy.
That just want to cause her and us harm. And the last conversation we had with her was with my mom, and the conversation ended at 10:58 after 10 minutes of only shooting, bombing, and terrorists talking among themselves. And that's how the call ended. After a few days, we translated it, and they're talking about Omi, about the fact that even though they shot her, that she's alive, and debating whether to take her or not. And then deciding to kidnap her. And there were 18-year-old men. And this is the last time we heard her voice. And the last sign of life we had is from the November deal from the released hostages, that some of them were with Romi. And they told us horrifying things.
She wearing a meme
the
costume?
time that she was kidnapped, that the terrorists dragged her from her hair. She had curly hair, similar to mine, and they dragged her from it and then switching to her wounded arm like it's funny. And when they throw her inside their car, she lifted her head up to see what's going on, and one of them saw her, so he hit her.
You sure about that?
On her face, and she blacked out. Like, this is how you treat people. This is how you treat women.
Oh my god, dude,
And
I
this is
can't.
only the things that happen.
It's just like whenever I hear one of them say something like this, complaining about like the brutality of Hamas or something, it's like, have you seen their shit?
Happened to my little sister on October 7th. And from then, we don't know what else they can do. It's the same terrorists that are holding her right now. And we know from released hostages about abusing they were having, whether it was mentally, physically, or sexually. And that's just terrifying. My sister is a young, amazing woman, and she just loved her life, and she loved.
I thought Brianna was
working with
incredibly
autistic
fucking
children,
respectful.
and
Oh yeah.
loved dancing. She just went to a music festival, to celebrate.
Garden, can I ask you what your
Oh no.
what you've heard from the Israeli government with respect to hostage negotiations? We've covered protests from hostage families who feel like Netanyahu.
Dude, Simp, you should have this lady on your show.
Return of people's family members, especially.
Fucking give her a high five or whatever.
The need to get her back home quickly and get medical attention seems to be quite obvious. The former spokesperson for hostage families gave an interview about a month ago, Chaim Rubenstein, saying that there is no doubt that Netanyahu is preventing a deal to release the abductees, and said also, in retrospect, we learned that Hamas offered to immediately release
Look how mad she is.
citizens if the IDF does not enter the Strip, but the government rejected that proposal. What do you make of how Netanyahu has been prioritizing the return of your sister and the other hostages?
Because I'm not in the negotiation team, and neither Chaim Rubenstein.
Okay. So the people who are in the negotiation team are allowed to opine about any of the details that they're discussing. It's just fucking stupid on its face.
None of us knows what's really going on. All I can say,
dude, if I was partying on the edge of a concentration camp, yeah, I'd be watching my fucking six. You know what I mean? Like I know it was like the next morning, right? It's the thing I feel like people often overlook. This is like the day after the music festival is what it is, right? It's like people still partying after fucking sun comes up. I think at that point it's like a lot of them are going to get hurt just because they're going to be annoying as fuck, you know?
It's that none of us are doing enough to release them because they're not here. Not me.
So the hostages that were the hostages, the POWs, who were released yesterday. So they got 4 people freed, and in the process killed 200 plus Palestinians, mostly children. Like, just.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
Yo, she is saying, you know, fucking God's chosen people, that kind of shit. I don't know, bullshit, bunch of nonsense. She's her twin sister, not twin, just like her sister was fucking abducted, or you know, detained by the opposing military, and she remains in custody because the president of her country, or the prime minister, doesn't give a fuck and is not at all even trying to bother with this. If I had to guess, I'd say that.
Not my government, and neither the international community. We didn't hear almost anything from the women organizations that will
Dude, I think someone
condemn
fucking
what
paid
Hamas
her.
is still doing. And it's not that hard to condemn terror groups. And, you know, I can say a lot of things, but right now, if I'm looking at the present or the future, we have an Israeli deal that sent to Hamas, and we're now waiting for Hamas to make their own move and say yes to show.
That's not
So I'm
true.
gonna pause it right here, guys.
Oh, I forgot about Tim Black.
Video.
Shit.
I just want to comment here before we go.
Oh, dude, I forgot about him, dude.
And I just want to voice a couple things.
I forgot he was on here. Wow. Okay.
And you know, full disclosure, I did watch a couple people that did commentary, and I think I have something to add to this conversation that I haven't heard other people mention. And that is, first of all, this looks like a setup.
Yeah, I thought that right away, by the way. I wasn't sure how it went down, but like, just because I was seeing all the clips that Glenn was talking about her becoming more and more of a target, especially after that Eli Lake shit and the Brianna Wu shit, and like she was putting herself out there as like the fucking, you know, the Zionist owner, you know, like just ripping these people to shreds, and like they don't have a better argument. It's not like they can like go talk to their people and like kind of reformulate their takes. Like they do not have a better argument at this point. Like their shit is horrific. There's very little opportunity to like dumb it down or somehow deflect, or you know, whatever you're gonna do to it. It's not really, can't really there do that anymore. So you just gotta kind of forge full steam ahead with friendly people in your corner, right? Which I think, yeah, taking out Brianna is basically a huge obstacle removed from these people. Like, think about them doing an interview on Rising with Robbie and the fucking right wing lady, or whoever, you know. It's a lot. The task is a lot easier with the fucking.
And this looks like there's very bad blood between Brianna Joy Gray and her producers of her show, if not the entire network. And I'm also unclear about what are we doing here.
I don't think that's it. I think that fucking Hen Mazig guy or someone like that, right? Yeah, is probably friendly with the producer or whoever, the the Zionist crowd at the work. And I think they probably talked it over, and he's like, well, I got this hostage lady's sister. We can send her over, and then we'll use that as a pretense to fire her, or whatever. Something like that. If I had to say, if there's a conspiracy afoot, I think it's something along those lines. It's like them working together to try to make her, establish some sort of like horrific pretense. But, no, man. Help it.
Are we doing a piece where we're discussing, a victim or, victims discussing, or a sister of a victim is discussing her personal situation or personal feelings about her sister and trying to elicit response or action from the United States and from other international
Yeah, it's kind of confusing, I guess. Her sister was fucking taken captive on the October 7th. I think her sister's a soldier, right? Um, right? They glossed over that, which they love doing, right? Whenever there's a female soldier, you never want to tell you that it's a soldier. They want to just have you assume that it's just a young girl or whatever. So if I say I'm guessing her sister's a soldier, so whatever. And she's been since then she's been doing the rounds, right? Doing interviews, talking to people, trying to shame them to like not, you don't support the hostages enough. Going around and around. Meanwhile, Brianna's like just fucking spitting fire every morning, dude. Like it's impossible for them to like do any pro-Zionist shit on that show because she doesn't let anything stand. She will not let any of their takes. Like occasionally she'll let like some half comment, but pretty much every shitty fucking pro-Zionist thing that anybody says, she responds to them. And I feel like she's been a huge pain in their ass. I guess they figured they want more sort of like the like David Pac-Man style like progressive, right? They want someone like that who they can just bully and make them do whatever they say. I don't know what what's her face is gonna do. The girl that Rialin likes, what's her name? That'd be interesting to see if she says anything. So Brianna got fired the other day for rolling her eyes at this fucking hog lady, or whatever. I don't know if she's a right winger, but she, all Zionist are anyway. And it was auditorily, I think, because it was like combined with like this eye fluttering thing that was like you'd hear it on the speaker. It was funny. And Tim says he thinks it's a conspiracy between this lady and Brianna's producers to force her out. I'm thinking it's a little different. If there's a conspiracy, I think it's probably more along the lines of like, fucking someone like Jonathan Greenblatt or some fucking APAC guy or whatever saying to somebody at Rising or The Hill or whatever, their parent company, you got to get rid of this fucking girl, man. She's killing me. Jessica Burbank, that's right. Yeah. You got to get rid of this girl. She's killing me, right? Because I did this before to Katie Halper. I feel like Katie Halper's thing was more sort of like preemptive. It's like, they could tell by the way, because she just started working there. And I think they could tell that like the way she was like, she had a lot more of that in the tank ready to go. Like if she had stuck around there. I think if they were smart, they'd work with Brianna, like, or try to at least get her to fucking, it seems to me like she's the kind of person too, like who, if they just approached her, like, can you not, embarrass us for 5 minutes or whatever, you could probably maybe convince her not to. Yes, anyway. Robbie, yeah, the fucking hog lady and Robbie's the worst team up. Oh. Burbank's fine, she's great. Just knows her shit. I mean, I like Brianna better just because I like her argument style better, but like she's got she's got good takes, yeah. And Robbie sucks, man. Dude. I mean, I do like there's a little fucking modicum of respect I have for actual libertarians, people who are actually support what they say they do, and that's not who Robbie is. I think he's an op too. I think he's like he's the guy who like he like runs the GOP's platform through some sort of like libertarian matrix and like gives the explanations so that people who think they're libertarians can justify supporting that party. It's pretty funny when you think about it.
Awareness of
it's not almost over. Just watching for a few minutes.
Sister home. Is that what we're doing? Because it doesn't seem to match up. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel like everybody's on the same page as far as what's the purpose of the interview. Brianna Joy Gray was stone-faced when the woman was describing what she explained as her sister being abducted. And I saw no emotion at all. It was almost like, okay, here they go trying to.
Wait.
Feels like it's like sort of defensive.
No, I mean,
Right?
okay, I see what he's saying, but
or I don't know, but that's the way it looked. Because as I'm watching the story,
I mean, by this point in the interview, she knew who she was talking to, right? Like, this lady, she started fucking going in on like the people in Dearborn, Michigan, and all that racist shit, right? Like, it was pissing her off, pissing me off, you know? Like, yeah.
And I'm hearing this woman highlight, you know, the kidnapping of her sister. I mean, I'm getting no like, hey, wow, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that happened. But it's right to, what do you think about Ben Netanyahu? What do you think about the way they're handling getting back to hostages? Do you think that Bibi is doing everything that Bibi needs to do as far as negotiating with?
She wouldn't answer shit, man.
They haven't, proved a ceasefire that may bring the hostages home earlier. And like, what are your thoughts about the politics? And Miss Gonin is like, look, I'm not here to. I don't know. I'm not a part of the negotiations. I'm just talking about my sister. And I feel that way strongly. But it's going to change because in another minute, she's going to start talking politics. She's going to talk politics. And I'm like, I thought you just said you're not a political person. You're not a part of the negotiations, but you want to talk politics. And so I'm really confused as what this is. And that's why I say I feel like maybe Brianna Joy Gray was set up. Because it's like, you can't win in this situation. And Brianna Joy Gray has been one of the most outspoken critics, if not the most outspoken critic.
Oh, that's right. She did.
Major news.
I wonder if it's what I'm saying. I think it's just like a thing that, like, whoever's coordinating this shit, right? I think it's just a thing that they do. Like, they, like, you gotta help. I didn't finish. You gotta help me. Oh, okay. Well, here's what we can do. Like, there's this, there's this hostage's sister, and we can get her to, say all kinds of whatever, and it'll make Brianna look bad when she inevitably is unable to like hold her temper, which again is quite normal. I don't know if I need any more of this though. This has been on for a while.
About
Switch
the
it up.
Gaza war, the war in Gaza. And she's like, every other day, her and her co-host are arguing to find a point of what's happening here. And she's on the support for humanitarian support for the Palestinians, and the co-host Robbie is
let's just take here. What?
Israel. And it's just so. What I'm saying is, there's a lot going on here, and I don't feel like this whole story is about this video. It's not just so the media framed it as if Brianna Joy Gray loses her job because of what
fuck! I forgot about this. Check it out.
I'm going to present to you as we watch the rest of this that this is just the nail that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I and many other people were like, "Damn, I can't believe she hasn't gotten in trouble yet." Because again, she goes hard as fuck every single day, like to people's faces. I've never seen her back down from anyone. Fucking that neocon fucking freak the other day. There's a new Aiming Animations, which again is really funny. Everyone knows this popular YouTuber, Aiming Animations. However, if you go to the other Aiming, that is no, it's not him. No. I mean, YouTube. I don't know. Dude, that's his channel. Yeah, there it is. I mean, it's funny. Yo, his shit fucking slaps. No, wait a minute. He put this one up without me seeing he was born. He knows so many fucking memes, dude. He knows so many. He knows more about memes than I do, for sure. Why doesn't have any music or anything, kid? Oh, the autoplay put this on. Are you kidding me? Got 14 subscribers. Y'all go subscribe to his channel. Ellie has like 100 and something subscribers, by the way. More than that. Like, this one I think I helped him with. Yeah, the early one's like really good. Yes, listen to this.
And this is my first video.
Yeah.
Today we are going to be talking about
Huh?
me as a baby.
It's so adorable.
The adventures of me when I was younger and I had curly hair.
Yeah, okay, I'm changing it. Stop. Okay.
Named
Yeah.
Outgoing. That's me, Raymond, as a baby.
Why did you put that part
Right
in?
there.
Dude.
What your eyes are seeing, right there. That's also me.
Right there, your eyes are seeing. Yeah. I never saw this one.
Sorry, it's been a while since I posted
Kid
my last
stories.
video, but
Yeah. It's hard fucking posting, kid. I told you.
who needs a guitar to rock out when you
I just got 2 more subscribers.
Sir, this is the funeral home. You go in, I swear!
Yo. That was cute, dude. Anyway.
Andrew Tate. Ibrahim Bustati. Round 1.
What the fuck is this, dude?
You lose.
I like living in countries where corruption is accessible for everybody. I find it offensive that a police officer in England will stop me for speeding.
I mean, that's a decent take. I mean...
and then refuse to take a bribe. But if you're a billionaire, or if you're Boris Johnson, you can go to Epstein's Island, you can fucking throw parties during COVID, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? If corruption exists, which it does, let us all play. Why do only they get to play and I don't get to play?
What? Did anyone see that? Did you see that picture of how Musk was standing the other day? It was so gross. He's a fucking Trump stander. Stands just like him. Butt pushed forward or something. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
This is not your bottom of the barrel virus.
What? It's like I forget what the Matrix was about. It's like the shit.
A lot of guys are asking me how you get rich. I'll tell you how you get rich. Corporate.com and you join Hustlers University. Shut the fuck up. This is the smartest thing you've ever done. Because this is
It should go without saying that you're unlikely to get rich after you join Hustlers Cafe or whatever the fuck it's called.
The first time
Slurs
I wrote
Cafe.
down all of my knowledge in the world.
I've always been rich, but I'm not just rich because of money. You have to understand, I'm rich because of a bunch of things that money cannot buy. Like, my life is GTA. I don't need to play a game for GTA. If I want
My
a
life
gun,
is
I'll fucking buy it. If
GTA.
I want a car, I'll fucking buy it. I want a bitch, I'll get her. It's me. I am GTA.
Bro, how are you calling him a loser? He's like a 5-time kickboxing champion. He has like a $30 million net worth.
The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick.
If you lose in the game, you get another chance. In life, you get one shot. But if you get some balls,
This is too much
that's what life is a game.
But that's not lame. Like, he's saying a lot of the shit that needs to be heard.
Women are the true currency of ballers. Fuck money, it's women. As a business, your primary concern is always making money.
If anybody deserves to be cocky, it's kind of him.
Everything must happen instantly, quickly, fast, speed, attack. Hitler conquered Europe with blitzkrieg. You need to go quickly because females have no innate responsibility or honor.
How can I feel depression when I've smashed and destroyed 68 people's faces in front of me? Men who thought they could test me in fair combat. How can I feel depressed? It's impossible. Do you understand?
Oh my god.
Best fucking mentality, like brain, like ethic I've ever seen in my fucking life. What the fuck?
Bro, it's Andrew. It's a polarizing situation. It looks like you're on the side of the resistance. So, you're on the Nebuchadnezzar with us, broadcasting pirate signals into the Matrix. If I'm Morpheus, you can be Neo.
You're talking about spending money. I'm talking about making money.
What?
As a hustler, you always have to be about making money.
Gosh.
And females are an asset. So when I realized I had all these assets, I had to find a way to monetize the assets. I knew some street pimps. I've known them for a long time. Straight street pimping is a completely... In fact, no, it's not completely different game. The psychological aspect is...
The face we see is a prosthetic covering his neck.
The skill I'm gonna
It's even taller than we see. Yeah, he usually does that gag, huh?
to a street business, and you could easily street pimp with the things I'm going to teach you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money and give you the money. So the way you're going to do that is you have to have some element of influence. And I had a separate phone with all my girls, guys, in that phone, and I could...
It's so bizarre that like that was his system. Like a lot of these guys, they push system for like fucking drop shipping or whatever. This guy's shit was like literally fucking pimping. It was like, go like, look, you gotta get these bitches when they're young and they're vulnerable, and you gotta fucking slap some shit, slap the shit out of them, and be like, oh, okay, so yeah, you're a loser. Like it's so fucking bizarre that like he's able to just on TV, people treat him relatively normally, and he's like literally selling like a franchise fucking pimping deal. Like it's insane. Wow. No wonder they took him down, dude. He was fucking too high. You can't have that.
You don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys she can get money from. It's important. I'm telling you, it's a very important element.
Make sure she's isolated, dude.
So end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with them. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. No restaurants, no clubs,
economics and the way societies work would look at society and say, you know what, a society with brave, strong men who are full of honor and duty, are there going to be a safer societies overall? So time will prove me right, but I have nothing against it.
This sounds horrible, man.
Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here, and a lot of the things that you said that you've been called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving, are just generally untrue. There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently.
I can say the world is round, and there'll be a percentage of people who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experiences, men are better drivers than women.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right?
Listen, you're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. The truth of life is the truth that you experience as an individual. That is the only truth that we all live within. My truth, because these are the truths I've experienced as an individual. People are listening to me and they're either agreeing with me or
but you're
not.
still wrong, and that's the problem. And
Prove to
then,
me I'm wrong.
well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women.
Son,
the statistical likelihood that men are more
he's
dangerous
correct as
drivers
usual,
than
buddy.
women
Like,
get into
you know,
more car accidents across the board.
It ain't gonna
If you look
work.
at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside a fucking cave.
Everyone's saying kick you. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks and maybe, one of them will drive over to your house. It's cool. We've got better things
I don't
to
think
talk about.
I mean, look, that's always the response is always like, oh, you just fucking think she's gonna fuck you. Like, no, it's like objectively, like we don't want to live in this fucking place that you want. It's like it doesn't sound fucking nice at all. Like just walking the grocery store and there's just like constantly dudes like screaming in chicks' faces and oh, what do you even see? Like it's just oh man, it sounds terrible. Wow. I hate watching anybody get yelled at, like fucking, like
Let's be real. I don't think I need to be
working women everywhere.
male
No
feminist
way.
to be able to attract the women.
Yeah.
Okay.
It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears. And that's why you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything that's on Google, that is your prerogative, my friend. If you think that makes you sound smart in the modern world, say that I read a piece of paper that tells me to believe X, so I believe X, and I
mean, you know what though? He is like the distinction is good. It's good. It's like he's right. Like you don't have any evidence like that. Fucking like as I'm saying, it's like insurance makes money off this. They know what they're doing. Like although to be fair, like I don't know what criteria they're using for better driver. For an insurance company is using better driver as costs me less money. So like that could be achieved in a number of ways, right? What's up, Lasu? I don't know what specifically they're looking for, but like, and that's what he does. I mean, it's like he's got no other choice. It sounds like here's the data, you're wrong. He's like, oh well, it's just like your opinion, man.
ignore my own personal experiences.
I'm not asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you've just proven your point.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes and, takes his headphones off.
He gets very stressed sometimes.
Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I respect.
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space, and I looked down on Earth, and I saw a big circle.
That's crazy.
You've been in space. Each head gets tinier in each scene. He's always wearing a shirt. Yeah, this is fucking great. Okay, what happened to them? Oh, the rate. Didn't he like fucking just collapse recently? Bad, rough shape. Most important chess match of our time. Yeah, for real. What if you could get the AIs to make you like, an episode of this every day? Oh, he needed that, huh? Dude, how'd you know? Oh. I mean, he's pretty scary. Who's this? He still seems smoking the cigar. I can't tell what's going on there. Color is your Bugatti?
25? Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal. No way we can.
I want some ice cream.
Because we have no other choice.
Hello there. I hope you enjoyed the video. It's been some time, but don't worry. I haven't forgotten you or my dark and sinister ambition. How could I? I'll never forget. Anyway. If you enjoyed this video or would like to know how I make these things, consider joining my Patreon. I greatly appreciate the support, and in fact, I always carry around this list of everyone who has ever supported me. Let me read the names of my top patrons. John Fitzgerald, Colin Randall, Gustavo Aguiar, Weregame, B-Man is Good, Listopia, Carl Sagan Deluxe, Milton Friedman,
You're gonna read all these?
Seth Baker, Jerkwad Jerk Squad, Salad88, Tom Servo 5, Dan F, Blitzwitch, Dan, O'Vera,
How many Dans on the list?
Roxalot, Soma 13, Deuce, AS, Sean Vitka, Uncle Dave, Nikita McGay, Alfred Jericho Young, Sebastian Di Natale, Dennis, Adam, Nabil Masud, Hunter Fernandez, John London, Noms Chomsky, Eagle Sedita, Mkai Duffy, Janira, author of Raven's Dream and Lola's Haunter, SE, and there you have it. Thank you all, and farewell.
All right, guys. So,
Oh,
Tucker, ever since he
man.
left Fox News, has been getting weirder and weirder, right? And
Shut up, Kyle.
Another great example of it here. So, remember when he went on Joe Rogan? There was
Yeah, whenever fucking Tucker or Alex Jones or one of those fucking chuds has a good UFO take, there's always some fucking lib guy being like, oh, fuck, just look at these cranks. Shut the fuck up, man. Dumbass.
certain parts everybody was talking about, including him saying, "Hey, nuking civilians in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was bad," and he got a lot of shit from the right over that. I found that mind-boggling because, of course, what he's saying is true. Killing civilians on purpose is like the definition of evil. I don't care if you, but we are by definition the good guy. Shut the fuck up. Anybody killing civilians on purpose is evil. So he got a bunch of shit for that. He said other things that were, sketchy about 9/11 and sort of flirted with the 9/11 truther conspiracy.
Yeah, Kyle's like that fucking, he's like the debunked 9/11 conspiracy guy, so he thinks it's all fucking sucks. He's like Stephen Greenstreet. That's a good point. He is very much like a post-truth style anti-debunker or meta debunker or something. Like he's
But the other part, which we covered here, which I didn't see many other people talk about, is he started getting into weird, alien, UFO, angels, and ghosts, and supernatural stuff shit. Well, now
he's pretty on point with that stuff, too, though, is the other thing. It's like I don't know, I think he's probably pretty much Anunnaki as well, I guess, if you asked him. But just based on, the cosmology he talks about. Which is not the, again, it's like, it's plausible. Definitely plausible. Like, that, I think that's one of the two most common scenarios. Like, situations where we have aliens on Earth, meaning the fucking cranks were right all along. Like, what's the limitations there? Like, what kind of thing could it be? It's like if it was too big, you would see it and it would, be presumably be a decent sized story. Or if it was too small, no one would ever find it. Like, it's, sweet spot there. Time and place too, because
leaning into it even more. And again, this is not something you saw from him when he was on Fox News. Now he lets his freak flag fly a little bit more. Maybe he's just trying to get attention.
yeah,
Now that he's
right.
in the
40-year-old man,
independent media space.
bleach blonde Eminem hair.
So here he is, he's doing a podcast, and he gives us this absolute banger.
Government has put into its disinformation, its lying on this topic, has been not to mislead you on the technology. Like, they're not telling me they don't have anti-gravity technology. It sounds from watching your podcast that they do, which I believe. No problem believing that. Their main interest is in convincing you that the supernatural is not real. And if you watch, and there are people in the media who specialize in spreading these lies on behalf of the government. I'm not going to name anybody, but like some of them work at the New York Times. Once you realize what the point of the exercise is, it's crazy. And I hope you'll assess all the fact-checking and the skepticism on UAPs through this lens. The main thing they want you to believe is the supernatural is not real.
He's right about that.
Ask yourself, like, why?
That's interesting.
He's definitely right about that, man.
That's true because
okay, Kyle's gonna have a bad
the
take.
overwhelming majority of our politicians are religious. Most of them are Christian.
Okay.
Most of them have some goofy ass beliefs in terms of.
Yeah, but they have it's like a weird sort of performative thing. Like their religions, like Christians think they're like building a castle or something. I don't,
supernatural or religious phenomenon, right? So the idea that they don't want you to think the supernatural is real, that's not true. And also we've had like UFO hearings in Congress. So
what do you make of those, Kyle?
It's just not true, right? It's kind of a mixed bag, but it's mostly
Kyle,
people
come
who believe in
on.
some sort of
He's gonna
supernatural non-reality based something out there.
This is fucking like atheist bro shit.
Because I don't, for the life of me, like, what do you say? Do you think all the politicians are like ardent atheists and anti-theists, and they don't believe in aliens? Because I don't know. Again, my sense is the opposite. There's both a religious component and a supernatural component, and a lot of them. Not that they talk about it, but like I'm sure a lot of them believe in ghosts or alien stuff is real. They were literally having hearings on aliens recently, right? So anyway,
again,
very
Kyle,
weird comment, but let's keep it going.
The main thing they
debunk away, my friend. What do you like? Again, it's like I can't imagine somebody having this kind of fucking cocksure attitude. Because personally, I know that like the cases he's talking about there, like there's not compelling ready-made debunkings for them, right? Like it's not, you're not going to accomplish the goal there. Like it's this. Sorry, yawning up.
They want you to believe is the supernatural is not real.
I mean, like.
Well, then you have to ask yourself, like, why?
Also, like that fine distinction about religion, sure. Otherwise, like, seems to be a lot of religions of like little same basic structure. Still have your games.
Interesting.
It is so interesting. Why is that important to you? Why do you care if I think the supernatural is real? Like, why is that? First of all, why is it? How dare you, as my government, try to get involved in my spiritual beliefs? That's totally not your area, so get the fuck out of there, okay? A. But B, why has it been so important for 80 years for you to convince me the supernatural is not real? Why? Why is that? And of course, I can't answer the question, but my gut level response is, well, because if it is real. Whatever they're telling you is not real, and if they're punishing you for saying something you know for a fact is not real, you're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, well, like,
they don't have no problem.
I think there is a lot of shit with hell, and I think there's a lot of UFO shit specifically with hell, right? But like, I don't know what. I don't know if we're gonna see anything good there. It's a problem. Oh.
Problem with me lying, because they lie. They lie for a living.
I feel like the people who are more liable to be like, "Hey, shut up, man."
Life in the
hearing
Party in
about
2006.
supernatural stuff,
Yeah.
it's people like me, right? Like I'm the type of person to be like, "Shut up," because you don't know what you're talking about. Like none of us know
Oh my god.
what
No,
we're
but
talking about in this field. But
it's just like he tells himself this, like, because he doesn't want to understand that he's got like more work to do. Like, there's tons of very, very credible fucking writing on the subject. I mean, for decades now. It's like you just going to ignore all that. Like, who? I don't feel confident. It's the same thing. You know, with a lot of these cases or these like discoveries and shit. It's like you kind of have to take their word for it, at least part of it. But you know, I don't know.
by definition, paranormal means not normal. Means outside the realm of normal. Means it's not something we're used to, we're akin to, we understand. That's the whole point. That's the whole category that we're talking about. So it's somebody like me to be like, shut up. But the politicians and the intelligence agencies are clearly not on that page because they're having hearings and shit about it. So they're issuing reports and shit.
You can lie all you want. What you can't do is tell the truth. That is a fact. So once you know that, you can sort of reverse engineer their lies and know with some certainty that whatever they're telling you is not true is in fact true. That's exactly the truth. It's exactly the truth. But then you have to ask motive. Like, it's not a profit motive. Like, does it make them rich to deny that there's supernatural forces? No. What is that? And I don't know the answer. But the obvious answer is, well, because they sort of know they're working for supernatural forces, actually.
Right. He was going from kind of weird but mildly interesting. He just crossed the line into
What are you, Kyle? Like, it's
fucking
just,
bizarre.
dude.
He just crossed.
See, him not understanding anything at all about the phenomenon means that like this is where he's at, where he just like can't envision any other scenario except like basically chilling underground.
Cross the line into what are you on?
What are you on,
Like,
dude?
so not only does Tucker Carlson, he knows the supernatural is real. Not only does he know that, he also knows that they, whoever they are, right, fill in the blank, they are working for supernatural forces.
Yeah, I think he's very, very much so. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say stuff like that because it's just like, you know, he's not like on their books anymore, or you know, like, he's not officially an agent or anything like that. So,
How is this any different from Alex Jones or David Icke?
oh my
whatever his name
god.
is? The guy, that's the guy who's like, lizard people run the world. How's this any different from Alex Jones talking about
called mantoids, Kyle.
intergalactic gremlins, which he has talked about on Rogan's podcast and elsewhere?
Oh,
how's this any different from that? Okay, Tucker, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. This is like the definition of bro science shit. God, why do you do that? Why would you do this? Again, my guess is it's to get more relevance in this like new media space where there's so many voices and it's almost like the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? The one who's the most obnoxious and says the most absurd things are the ones who will get the eyeballs. That's my guess. I mean, he could, let me be fair, he could actually believe it, but that's an even scarier proposition. Because it's like, how? How can you say these things confidently? You know the supernatural is real, and you know that they are working for them.
Like, it's not a profit motive. Like, does it make them rich to deny that there's supernatural forces? No.
Almost everything they do is for the profit motive.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
establishment, the powers that be,
No,
the politicians,
everything. Not almost everything.
the
Everything.
billionaires,
Literally everything.
corporations, almost everything comes back to the profit
No,
motive. He's like,
literally
it's not a
everything.
profit motive. It's because they're serving
Kyle,
fucking
are you
Gog and
that
Magog,
dumb,
right?
dude?
Is that what you think it is, Tucker?
See, he just like missed the point too. You know, did you catch that? He just totally missed the boat on like what was going on there. I mean, damn, it's bad.
And eating the exact portions that they were eating. And so to even make her representative as if she's speaking for all hostage family members is itself a distortion. But I think the important thing I want to delve into a little bit more is the great taboo here has always been questioning things that were said in the weeks after October 7th about what happened on October 7th, even though we know for sure it's provably true that so many of the things that were said, particularly the worst things, turned out to be absolute lies. They said that Hamas had beheaded babies. They said that they put them in ovens, that they cut them out of the wombs. As it turns out, Haaretz documented that a grand total of 1 baby, Israeli baby, was killed on October 7th. These were all grotesque lies. They had Joe Biden say he saw
He still
photos
says it, man.
of beheaded babies, even though that never happened. And then, of course, the big article that purported to step up and say we're about to tell the truth and verify this mass rape claim was a New York Times article that even within the Times, because of so much journalistic sketchiness, the need to retract certain things, people saying they were quoted in certain ways that they didn't believe, it turned into a huge scandal. And the New York Times, when they went to submit Pulitzer nominations, notably excluded that article. So there's all kinds of questions about the nature of these claims. Can you talk a little bit about some of the uncertainties or the things that have been disproven about those kind of claims?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because even covering that
Where'd this come
story
on
on
for?
the Hill has been.
It's just. Okay, never mind. Who, Glenn? He's got all those fucking kids, dude. Single parent. Sucks for him. I'm sure he's got like nannies and shit, but whatever. What's...
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle's always just been like very dismissive of fucking UFO videos. And not just UFOs, it's like the r/atheist thing, you know? What? Another fucking hater. Okay. What? Chris Hedges' stable of fake left liars? I don't know about that, bro. I don't think, yeah, Glenn seems to be pals with him, that's true. I mean, I think Brianna's pretty realistic about what he's into. I think he sucks. It's not like I don't exactly think that he's like the enemy, though, so to speak. Like, Chris
I grew
Hedges?
up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
Oh god, who's this guy?
UFO swarm around a Navy warship. That is one of my favorite titles on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
Even better, it's actual news coverage. We're checking this out today because the other day I posted a video about Anthony Poe and his prank, and a lot of you guys got very upset, saying that the subject is not being taken seriously.
Fucking too late in
And
the
I want to
morning.
remind you, it's a very serious
Like that
matter,
lady's fucking
and it has
kidnapped
been for
sister.
quite some time.
It's
The
not
Las
been
Vegas
taken
incident
seriously.
wasn't the catalyst. We've been actually investigating properly for over 3 years now. Now, this is
Really?
an actual news report from 8 News Now.
Seems like you don't know what
Las
they're talking
Vegas.
about.
3 years ago, middle of the pandemic, I was still only posting Marvel content, video games, and music video reactions. I hadn't even touched on UFOs yet, at least not on YouTube. So this has been going on for quite some time where we're actually taking it seriously. And this is one of those first instances where we actually see the news reporting on this properly. In case you guys forgot.
Been up for
let's
fucking
check this
3
out.
days, literally.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current
Day
national
number
debate about
3.
UFOs.
Yes.
For the first time, radar images recorded inside a Navy ship have confirmed the presence of several unknown objects that swarmed around the ship for hours.
Brian knows what he's doing over here. All right, Brian.
Story that broke today on Mystery Wire.
Y'all, this is so old, and you see how many views this got. This might be one of the reasons. This is so old. It was before they started using UAP, and we're using.
No, it's not, you dumb fuck. No, it's not. Oh, don't lie to everybody, movie. Come on, man. Fucking junior ufologist over here. Dude.
Public has been able to.
They've been using that shit since at least fucking Hillary Clinton election. You know, like that was, they were making jokes about it back then. They were like, oh, fucking UAP instead of UFO.
See several astounding images.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have.
My
This
eyes
is
are
good.
like just still rolling.
I
They're
want to
just,
get more information on
Hmm.
these. I feel like we've seen the Navy ones several times, but these
Okay.
are beautiful.
Come on, that's such an obvious balloon movie. What the fuck, bro? He thinks the fucking crazy ones are fake, and he thinks the fake ones are insane. Like he's just, oh, look at you. It's like that's such an obvious goddamn motherfucking balloon blowing over the ocean, like fucking at a decent clip, right? I think that other one is too. And then that third one is definitely the Batman balloon. We definitely know what that one is, right? But these don't match up with this story, you know? The story that Knapp is reporting here, I believe, is the Jeremy Corbell thing, right? The fucking USS Yorktown or whatever. That's not what they look like. They're supposed to look like, and like it is a crazy story. I mean, I personally think that one's terrestrial, like like another country, but it's also incredible. Like, I mean, I'd have to like talk to the witnesses. Witnesses haven't come forward from that one, I don't think. They just have it because they have like reports on it and stuff, and the data, obviously. But it's just napped B-roll, I bet.
Cool. Especially this one with this really strange shape. This one looks more like a plasma.
I can't with
orb,
him, man.
And this one looks like the weird slug UFO that we
No.
saw out of the airplane.
It looks like fucking a dragon, and then the other one looks like,
with the U.S. Navy. There's no question that the Pentagon has censored data to go along with the photos and videos, but none of that information has been leaked or otherwise released. That is, until today.
For 2 long hours on the night of July 15, 2019, the crew of the USS Omaha detected on multiple
Really?
sensor systems unknown.
I mean, I don't necessarily. I'm not convinced either way, but I mean, a lot of people think that's a Batman balloon. Yeah.
Objects that surrounded the ship as it moved through ocean waters west of San Diego. One of the objects, a self-illuminated
I guess this
sphere
wouldn't
at
be.
least 6 feet in diameter, flew
Okay, we've seen that one.
Omaha for an extended period and was.
And are you guys hearing this extra bit of detail? We know about this UFO. We've seen this covered in the years since by multiple news outlets, but none of them are talking about those specific details. The lit up sphere. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. Is actually left out in a lot of this news coverage ever since the switch to UAP. Almost like, well, we let this slip, but now we're gonna try to backtrack and cover it. Let's listen to that again.
West of San Diego. One of the objects, a self-illuminated sphere at least 6 feet in diameter, flew alongside the Omaha for an extended period and was observed through a
Self-illuminated.
thermal sensor in the ship's combat center. Filmmaker Jeremy Corbell released the Navy video weeks ago and says similar events were reported by 8 other Navy ships in the same area over 3 days.
Mark bearing and range.
There was 8 ships, 3 days. Keep that in mind. Navy personnel, professionals, they know what they're doing. They know what they're looking for. They navigate the seas. They navigate the skies. Come on.
That are having similar, it appears to be coordinated interaction.
I don't want to be rude. But I feel like this has stressed him out so much that he's like aged a lot in the past few years. Like he has a lot more grays now. I mean, I do too, to be fair, but he's like in the thick of it.
And this whole series was within this kind of, I'd say, circumference of 100 miles, and there was up to 50 to 100 contacts.
In the last 3 years,
He
the
measures
Pentagon
head.
has reluctantly
And mind you, he still looks great. Jeremy, if you're watching this, that's not a drag. You still look fantastic. Okay.
confirmed the legitimacy of
I don't
UFO
want to be
images
rude.
captured by Navy ships and
Wow.
air crews, including these
Look
photos
at it.
taken
There it
off
is.
the coast of Virginia and the better-known videos, the so-called Tic Tac incident and the gimbal. But other than
What
the
happened?
images
Gimbal got
themselves,
so
there's been no
popular.
release of censored data to buttress
I
these
hate these
cases.
videos.
There is now.
This is not buttress that though, fucking George. God.
Over a period of hours, crew members on the USS Omaha, which is located in
Like a West Coast battleship or whatever having contacts in the Pacific Ocean does not validate the same thing happening in the Atlantic Ocean. Like I don't
the center of this radar screen, monitored the approach of the unknown objects, as many as 14 at one point, all around the ship. Two different radar systems watched the objects and estimated their speed.
Track 781 just sped up to 46 knots, 50 knots, closing in.
Wow. Oh shit. You ramming him?
That was perfectly 000 relative, right? Yeah.
Corbell obtained the images from sources he declines to identify. The Pentagon's UAP task force considers the Omaha spheres to be true unknowns.
It is important that we protect our sources. I know a lot of people wanted that 4K Vegas video I had, and I was able to get confirmation that I could send it out, and I was able to send it out. But several people were asking about like who it came from. We cannot give that information. Not only do we have to protect our sources from the world and from the government, but also we have to protect ourselves and our source of information, because if I tell you, they're not going to want to be a source anymore.
That were under observation by the unknowns were unable to track where they came from or where they were under observation. Considers the Omaha spheres to be true unknowns. The ships that were under observation by the unknowns were unable to track where they came from or where they disappeared to. The Omaha sphere appears to have vanished into the ocean.
What was splashed?
At that point,
And as you can see, they're talking about the splash here, but
into the ocean.
there is no splash. They're just saying it's like it went into the water.
You did go into the water.
One video snippet, 9 of the objects were seen around the Omaha, but 2 of them dropped off, somehow invisible to 2 radar systems.
And it supports the hypothesis that these are not just a balloon dropping into the water, or it's not something that is easily explained. These are true unidentifieds in mass number, and we'll talk more about that, but that's what we're showing people, where you have radar data that goes with clear data, what everybody has been belly aching for. So here you go.
If these are foreign-made
and it's true. What he's saying is very true. We often get upset. Like some people will see this and be like, "Oh, it's not a clear shot." No, it's better than a clear shot, because it's not just a picture of something that could be anything. It's actual data from several different pieces of equipment. It's coming up in some and not others, and these are advanced pieces of equipment that our military personnel use to protect the country. Like these can sense if it's a balloon or not, and whether to act or not. Like it
Did the UFO control group threaten Donald Trump away from UFO disclosure?
Co-partner,
Let's talk
dude.
about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe, and let me know what you guys think in the comments below.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get to Ross as quick as possible, because this is a very unfortunate screen grab. All right, here he goes.
Complaining about something. If politicians started getting floods of letters telling them that this is an election issue, I mean, I know, for example, Trump's been briefed. You know what's going on? He's scared. He's scared they're going to kill him if he reveals what he knows. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, fuck pussy.
You have a situation where your potential president is terrified of speaking about the UAP issue. because he's scared they're going to knock him. I'm not kidding you. I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
This is serious.
They do be knocking.
You know, you have a national scandal at the heart of this. It's not just about UFOs. It's about your country.
He hates Brandon, huh?
It's totally screwed.
Move him.
All right, not mincing his words. But yeah, okay, so what do we
He's
make
totally
of
screwed.
these, this crazy idea that Donald Trump, his life was threatened by the control group over UFO secrecy? Well, I guess we just need to review Donald Trump and UFOs to date. Well, originally he was very kind of skeptical about UFOs. He didn't want to talk about it. At least that was his public stance. Later, he admitted to being briefed about UFOs and seemed to be believing what the pilots saw, but wasn't really talking it up too much and not seeming to be a big believer. Later, he had an interview with his son where he admitted that there was some interesting stuff going on at Roswell. I think he meant Area 51, but I think he said Roswell. So he did admit there was some interesting stuff going on, and he refused to talk about it any more than that. So, would he have been pro-disclosure? Was he pro-disclosure? Is he pro-disclosure? Okay, I may or may not have gotten the fire alarm. I unplugged one of them. Let's see if it's the right one. Okay, moving on. So, that's Donald Trump's publicly stated opinions. But what about the other stuff? What about the behind-the-scenes stuff? What do we know? Well, we know what Ross says. We also know what Haim Eshed said. Haim Eshed, Brigadier General of Israel, co-founder of Israel's space program, highly credible guy, said the Galactic Federation was real and it was interacting with world governments. The leaders of these governments knew about it, including Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, when he found out about it, wanted to go public with it. But the time wasn't right. The beings didn't think humanity was ready. Not until we understand what space and spaceships are. And I've talked before about my theories about what that means. But that is what Haim Eshed said. So which is right? Or if any of them. Is Ross right? Is Haim right? Or could they both be right? Let's just say for argument's sake, that Haim Eshed was on the level that there is a galactic federation interacting with the control group or the world governments, or the world governments through the control group. And furthermore, that Trump found out about it and wanted to go public with it, and that the beings weren't ready, didn't think humanity was ready, and that agents of the control group threatened Donald Trump's life to get him to shut up on behest, I suppose, of the beings. If that's the case, that's kind of alarming. That means the beings are by proxy threatening human leaders. That's not good. So could the humans have taken it upon themselves to threaten a world leader over this? Entirely possible. I mean, the control group has been threatening and taking out powerful people for a long time, going back to James Forrestal and possibly before that. But whether humans took it upon themselves to threaten Trump, if that's what happened, or if the beings themselves, compelled humans to threaten Trump, again, if that's what happens, there is a scenario where Haim Eshed could be correct and also Ross Coulthart could be correct. Or maybe they're both wrong. It's hard to tell from this side of the veil of secrecy until we get more information, more sources willing to come forward. We don't know where Ross is getting this information. We don't know where Haim Eshed is getting this information. So until those sources come forward and we can compare notes, it's really hard to tell what's what. However, it's not encouraging for UFO disclosure. We have either the control group or the beings threatening a world leader over UFO transparency. So what are the odds they're going to allow Congress to give us UFO transparency? It's not good. However, if Haim Eshed is correct, then the beings want UFO disclosure. They just don't think humanity is ready. So maybe we can get ourselves ready. If Ross is correct and it's really the humans leading the cover-up, then that's bad too. But I would much rather deal with some hostile humans than a hostile galactic federation, or at least hostile to disclosure at the moment. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you've enjoyed this video, give me a big thumbs up. I sure would appreciate it. Smash the like button and the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media, Facebook and Twitter, links below. Love to see you guys there. If you wanted to support Cosmic Road in a bigger way, consider grabbing a coffee mug or a t-shirt in the merch store below, or by becoming a channel member. Channel members are rock stars, and I really appreciate you guys' support. Thank you. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other videos on the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. This is Jack with Cosmic Road, signing out.
Pumping the writhing on me. Jesus Christ.
The drama between.
Sorry. I'm kind of instead a little bit. Oh, some more shit I want to say though.
I do everything for the clout. You will never see me do something not for the clout.
I do stuff for non-clout reasons. Yeah, it looks pretty okay, I guess. All right.
Between House representatives continues, this time between Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Republican Byron Donalds. It all started when Donalds was quoted by the Philadelphia Inquirer on Tuesday saying, in part, quote, "During Jim Crow, the black family was together, and more black people voted conservatively." Jeffries responded to those remarks on the House floor. Let's watch.
The so-called leader has made the factually inaccurate statement that black folks were better off during Jim Crow. That's an outlandish, outrageous, and out-of-pocket observation. How dare you make such an ignorant observation? You better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Congressman Donalds didn't appreciate Jeffrey's characterization of his comments, and he said this in response.
America, Joe Biden's campaign is lying to you once again.
What?
They're gaslighting. Now they're trying to say that I said black people were doing better under Jim Crow. I never said that. They are lying. But why would you be surprised? Because they always lie. This is the same Joe Biden that said, if you don't vote for him, then you ain't black. The man is a liar. Sorry, just call it what it is. What I said is that you had more black families under Jim Crow. And it was the Democrat policies under HEW, under the welfare state, that did help to destroy the black family. That's what I said. And I also said you're seeing a reinvigoration of black families today in America. And that is a good thing. So don't listen to the lies from the Biden administration.
So let's start with the Byron Donalds thing, which I think we have different
fuck is this
perspectives
guy?
on. And I found his explanation somewhat disingenuous. And I think he was clearly trying to minimize Jim Crow and the horrific discrimination that black Americans suffered then, and to suggest that because there may have been, I don't know what he means exactly, lower rates of single parenthood, for example, that should somehow be looked back upon nostalgically, which seems a ludicrous position to me.
Yeah, looking back on our past is nostalgically is a thing that people love to do, and you will almost always fall on your face if you try to do that. A little piece of advice to all politicians, if you're watching, please don't reference Jim Crow and that era as ever being better in any way. It's just not something that you can survive politically. But I'm reminded of just a couple of years ago, Joe Biden and AOC were talking about how Jim Crow is going to return. And then they had to endure the same sort of press saga where Tim Scott from South Carolina, black Republican senator, goes out and he says, I keep hearing the references to Jim Crow, and I ask myself how many Americans understand what Jim Crow was. It's offensive, not just to black Americans, but to Southerners who were living in that. And it was dystopian. There's no way that you can win as soon as you reference that stuff. But I think it's worth taking as carefully as possible what Byron Donalds was saying with some degree of seriousness, which is that Hakeem Jeffries, He put the spin on it, which was black Americans were better off under Jim Crow. We read the quote. That's not what he said. He said specifically black families were together. So he's talking about family formation, single father or single parenthood, kids without dads, that kind of stuff. Very common fare for Republicans and particularly black conservatives. This is something they talk about. So this is a political and rhetorical football, and I just wish that they would discuss it in an honest way, and I'm sure Byron Donalds and Hakeem Jeffries behind closed doors would have a reasonable conversation about it, but with microphones in their faces, that's not going to happen.
I mean, I just think making the argument that there is greater family cohesion under Jim Crow, like, I just don't understand why you would even begin to make the argument. Like, let's say for the reasons of the hypothetical, we accept that black family cohesion was greater under Jim Crow. Okay, and people were, prevented from voting, prevented from equal levels of schooling, often left in crushing poverty for various reasons. Like, what's your point? It's like getting into this morass of stuff that just inevitably appears, even from a black Republican, as if you're minimizing the massive and grotesque inequalities of that time.
No, I completely agree. But I think it's worth noting, and Andrew Yang kind of reminded, I think, the nation of this when he ran for president. He was talking about, like, GDP is not the main factor that you should talk about when you're talking about how people are doing. Is the country actually well off with its GDP being whatever number? That's meaningless to people. And so for Byron Donalds, just a couple of data points, and you can find these from Robert Reich's Economic Policy Institute. That's a leftward policy think tank that did a report on this very question. Are black Americans better off today versus in the 1950s, 1960s? And you can approach this in a reasonable way. Is Hakeem Jeffries prepared to answer that black Americans today are 3 times more likely to find themselves behind prison bars versus in the 1960s? In 1968, just after the end of Jim Crow, you had 604 out of every 100,000 black Americans going through the prison system. As of 2016, that's 1,730 out of every 100,000. So right there, you're just talking about 2 time periods, one where people are likely to be incarcerated, one where they're not. And that's families being broken up, that's kids without dads. I began my career in the criminal justice reform space. That's an issue that's of incredible importance to me, the mass incarceration problem that we have in this country. It's just, these people don't talk about this in a way that I think is smart for public discourse.
Well, I also think they talk about it in a way that assumes there's a direct cause and effect between what they prefer to ideologically identify as the cause. As I understand Byron Donalds' broader argument, it is that the Lyndon Johnson era war on poverty policies in some way loosened family bonds or whatever, basically encouraged welfare dependency. I think that's what he's arguing. Now, what about, for example, completely different potential reasons for those changes, like incarceration rates, like unequal treatment of, for example, crack cocaine versus powder cocaine, which is the most famous example offered.
Government war on that community.
Right, exactly. Yeah. It's not just, you can't just say, well, that was the war on poverty did that. There are all sorts of other plausible explanations, even if one accepts Donald's characterization of the endpoint.
Yeah, and there's another data point that relates to that is just like a good thing that has changed since the 1960s, which is just educational attainment. So if you're talking about black families, 2-parent households, and marriage, all groups have experienced marriage declines since the 1960s. Whites, Asians, blacks as well. In 2000. And, well, let's see, in the 1950s, 63% of black men and women lived in married households. Today, that number is 35%. Let's say that's just about half. But there's a reason for that. Education. More people go to school. More people complete high school, go on to get higher degrees, and enter the workforce. So it's affecting everybody. So you can't really just say, boom, people were better off in the 1960s. you're also better off with more education and more economic opportunity. But there are costs to that, which is family formation, things like fertility, childbearing is like we're under replacement rate at this point, right? There are costs to certain elements of progress.
Well, I mean, part of the reason, presumably, that marriage rates have gone down is not only the educational levels among
Too
different
old for
groups,
Twitch says the
but
jury is in.
increased,
It's time for the
welcome
crank
presence
stuff.
of women in higher education and in more affluent.
So I had the Trump one on, and came on next. Torture. It's hard work over here. No, motherfucker should subscribe. Cool.
Analysts say a direct hit by an extreme coronal mass ejection could be catastrophic, leading to
Catastrophic. That's a problem. It was an hour long. Fuck. Huh? Oh, you get cranking? Yeah. Time waits for no man. I want to go. Oh man.
Wandering around the vast Giza Plateau can be a bewildering experience. A seemingly endless layering of detail in every direction you look.
Barely keep my eyes
The first time
open.
you visit, it's only really possible to take in the big landmarks, the pyramids, causeways, the Great Sphinx, and the massive granite and limestone structures that are part of those complexes. Subsequent days or even weeks spent on the plateau, however, will slowly start to unveil the true depth of mystery present in the ancient stonework. At this point, I've spent the equivalent of a few weeks on the plateau myself, and that's but a tiny fraction of the time my good friend and guide Yusuf Aoun has spent exploring and investigating the plateau, living his whole life as he has basically across the street from the Sphinx. Even with his incredible depth of experience here, we still find new details and observations each time we visit, often with the aid of the fresh eyes and perspectives of those who visit with us. My name is Ben, and this is Uncharted X. And today I want to share with you one of these more subtle details, something observed in recent visits to the Giza Plateau. It's fascinating, and it's a finding that speaks to a broader and much more hotly discussed topic, that of the erosion and the implied age of the stone that makes up these ancient structures. I think there's evidence and reasoning here that only, logically, suggests that some of these structures are far older than their attributed accepted dates of construction, which is somewhere in the 2700 BCE range, the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt. As always, watch the video and make up your own mind as we explore yet another aspect of our shared and mysterious past. Our story begins here at the so-called pyramid or mortuary temple of the Middle Pyramid complex. As mentioned in previous videos, and it's a point always worth repeating, there is far more than just a single pyramid when it comes to the whole construction project that erected them. Each of the mighty stone pyramids, those found at Giza as well as at the other Old Kingdom pyramid sites along the Nile, is part of a unified and integrated complex made up of multiple structures. In the case of the Middle Pyramid complex at Giza, which is all attributed to Pharaoh Khafra of the 4th dynasty, the son of Khufu, it includes the pyramid itself, one of the largest in the world at 143 meters tall, or 471 feet, and weighing in somewhere around 6 million tons. Yet, as large as it is, it only represents a portion of the work involved in the entire complex. I've spent plenty of time in previous videos talking about the gigantic task of preparing the ground for this pyramid, which was built into a slope and involved digging the western side of the enclosure down over 30 feet or 10 meters and building up the eastern side with massive limestone foundation tiles, many in the 1 to 200 ton range, and locking them into each other and the bedrock like some sort of giant 3D jigsaw puzzle. Then there is the giant causeway, nearly a kilometre long and very wide, originally cased and covered with a roof that connects the massive megalithic structures found at either end of it. At the eastern end, the famous Valley Temple with its mostly intact granite casing stones, the adjacent Great Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple are all part of this complex. Then, at the western end, there's the pyramid or mortuary temple at the top of the causeway, which is larger than both the Sphinx and Valley Temples, but having been extensively pillaged and damaged, lacks nearly all of its original granite casing stones.
TTS voice is bullying
While
me.
the Valley Temple has, or had, 16 huge upright granite pillars, the Pyramid Temple had 24 of them and a much larger footprint.
Wow.
It's here, in the Pyramid Temple, that we recently found what might be the largest single block on the entire Giza Plateau, a roughly 450-ton limestone behemoth, and it was the subject of a recent video. The Pyramid Temple is also the best example of what I'm terming megalithic erosion. The massive stone blocks that make up the internal masonry here show just tremendous levels of erosion. When walking around the remnants of the structure, you often have to look closely to see just where the original surfaces were. These blocks were all, originally, cut and finished with flat faces and square corners. In some places, you can still see where the faces were inset to receive the granite casing stones that covered and interlocked with the limestone core masonry on both the inside and outside of the so-called temple.
And the one on top of it as well, shows that. So the temple was encased in and out with granite stone, which we see the ruins of it everywhere.
At the mortuary temple, there are only a few of these granite casing stones still remaining, the vast majority of them having been quarried and taken from the site. To get an idea of what it might have been like, you only need to take a look at the Valley Temple at the other end of the causeway, which, due to being at a lower elevation, was deeply buried in sand, thus protected from most of the quarrying, and still has the majority of its remarkable casing stones. On the bare southern wall of the Valley Temple, you can observe the same inset pattern in the limestone core masonry, also present at the Pyramid Temple, that allows the granite casing stones to lock into it. This original granite casing would have served another purpose in terms of erosion. It would have effectively protected the limestone core from the elements and effects like wind or sand erosion, presumably for millennia, which makes the level of damage to the stone that we can see here in the Pyramid Temple even more perplexing. Remember these casing stones, as they're an important part in this story. Before we get into specific examples, it's worth explaining a little bit about the restoration and repair work that's been done here by the Ministry of Antiquities over the last century or so, as it's often mistaken for original work. It's even used to suggest a geopolymer origin for some of these blocks. In this case, the geopolymer label happens to be accurate. Cement is a geopolymer, but it's modern work. This entire structure is quite literally falling down due to the erosional damage, and it's been extensively buttressed and repaired in an effort to slow down or halt this process. In some places, it's quite obvious. You can see here the large blocks cemented into place in areas of deep erosional damage. But in others, it's less obvious, as the bricks and blocks have been plastered over with cement, and then that's been textured and painted to look like the surrounding limestone.
Oh, also, look at this one. This is not the stone itself, but they took pieces of the falling stone and they flattened it on top of the surface, because if you look here from the side, you will see that the erosion was this deep. And it goes in the entire stone.
Yeah, and they filled it in. Yeah.
And they filled it in. Same like here.
Yeah, it's all repair.
Yeah. Why the other blocks don't have it? Because it used to have other course of stone in front of it. Look here, for example, the Ministry of Antiquities filled the erosion with these blocks of stone. So this is a restoration because the erosion is severely reflected on the inside.
Once you notice the repair work,
Hmm.
you can see just how extensive it is. Not for nothing, but this is also very common to see on the Old Kingdom pyramids, as well as at many other structures. There's been a lot of work done to shore them up.
Wow.
While it's a good thing that the structures are being preserved and prevented from deteriorating further, it's also creating details that aren't really true to the original form. Or in some cases, like that of the basalt pavement to the east of the Great Pyramid, these repairs are forever hiding away details that may reveal more clues about their manufacture and construction. Ultimately, these monuments become something of a facsimile of the original, never really true to it. This process is happening rapidly to the huge statues in places like Karnak and Luxor. The original and lost granite is being replaced by concrete sculpting and paint. Like this statue here that's painted to look like granite. This is something I find somewhat ironic, as the exact same replication and imitation process was going on in pre-dynastic times, when primitive people were painting clay pots to imitate the older and far more remarkable hard stone vases. Today, we're doing the same thing. We're just using cement sculpting and paint to imitate the granite. While I get the need for repairs and support to prevent a wall or a structure from falling, like the work that's been done at the Pyramid Temple, I'm not really a fan of trying to recreate or replicate something that is already in pieces. I'd much prefer that we display the pieces and let our imagination and minds do the work. The great head of one of these statues in front of Luxor Temple was far more interesting when it was on the ground, enabling a close inspection. But if you want to see it today, it's over 30 feet up in the air, crowning a comparatively rough concrete facsimile of the original piece. Although it does make for a nice photo from a distance, and I don't think that most regular tourists are going to notice the differences between the modern concrete and the original flawless granite, I'm not sure it's ultimately a good thing. It's one of the reasons that I was pleased to hear that the proposed project to rebuild the granite casing of the third pyramid at Giza was halted. You know it was never going to look like it originally did, and concrete would have been used extensively. I'm all for mapping out the stones and trying to digitally reconstruct it, but we're never going to get it back together exactly right, so, in my opinion, the details of this structure should be left as they are, authentic. I really do wish they'd have kept on digging that hole though. Clearing off its original base and exposing the bedrock foundation would enable us to learn volumes about this incredible structure. Returning to the Pyramid Temple at Giza and the topic of erosion, a good example of it is this large notch that's been carved across several blocks in the central structure. The full extent of the erosion isn't visible today as it's been repaired with concrete at one end. And in other places in the temple, it seems clear that similar erosive notches in the stone have been filled with blocks and concrete. A great example of the damage this erosion has caused over time can be seen at the front of the structure, where it connects with the long causeway running down in elevation to the Sphinx and Valley Temple, and where there are still just a few of the granite casing stones in place. These casing stones would have, originally, entirely covered the huge front wall and entrance of the temple. The megalithic limestone masonry behind, or rather in between these granite blocks, as the walls here were also cased on the inside, have been so badly eroded that the stack of them has just toppled over, due to nothing more than erosion. These are no small stones that could be easily dislodged, roughly 11 meters long and more than 2 meters wide, Yet the accumulated erosive force over time was enough for them to eventually fall. The block that was originally on top of the one that we're examining here today lies in front of it.
And then I noticed the roof. As you can see, the casing stone here, that used to encase the entire temple.
Yeah.
Just like the Valley Temple down there. And as we mentioned before, that this block here
Fell.
It used to be on top of this one here.
Yeah, and some people think this is like evidence for some sort of ramp, or they were taking blocks here, but this actually fell. It's a stupid idea, yeah.
This is according to his YouTube research. But we see the height of the lower block. This is a separate block from that one, and they are separated right here. And we can see the line of erosion. The original width of the block is from
there.
here until here, of course.
Yeah.
And the same for the one that fell.
Yeah.
So as we can see, the deterioration kept eroding and eroding until they could no longer support each other.
And it fell. Yeah.
Just by realizing that, I looked at the rest of the structure, and you can see the entire structure is actually falling apart, not from recycling.
From erosion.
From erosion.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy.
It is. Well,
it looks really old.
It does seem quite old. Yes,
We,
that's.
of course, need more investigation about this, but it's not hard because if you compare the other stones that were exposed, and we realized that the difference in stone masonry.
Yeah.
Down there in the Valley Temple, the same quality of stone is over there, and it was exposed. It was not even under a casing stone of granite.
Another thing I've heard said is that perhaps the structure was built with already eroded blocks, an idea that I really don't think holds much merit. Erosional patterns in the stone are consistent from one block to another, as we've just seen, and this is clearly the result of the same effect over time working on the structure. We can also see the finished nature of some blocks that were protected from erosion by other parts of the structure, and to me it's quite clear that these were all originally cubic or rectangular blocks with flat faces and square corners.
Yeah, the erosion and how it's connecting between the two blocks.
Yeah, it does. It's a strange erosion.
Of stones above and behind, which used to have another course of stone on top of it or in front of it, was not exposed. So we cannot say that the stone was already eroded or something like that.
Right.
The stone eroded, of course, after it was built.
Yeah.
And look at all the filling that was created by the Ministry of Antiquities. The entire temple. No exaggeration. All around. It was not just one softer block that was eroded. This entire section that is filled with smaller blocks of stone and then a layer of coating of cement.
To make it look like old limestone.
Look how eroded. Look at this.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. And this isn't, and it's not soft stone either. This is hard.
We all know the toughness of the
Nummulitic limestone.
Calcified
Limestone.
Yes, it's not a soft stone, no. So it's all around, on both sides. If you look at the entire temple, these stones are in that position because of the erosion. So these used to be perfectly cubic, perfectly flat surfaces. And also you can see behind it the reinforcement that the Ministry of Antiquities built to prevent it from falling, which is this reinforcement here. It's built from smaller blocks and then coated with a layer of cement to make it look like the ancient stone. And the same case is over here. All these parts has reinforcement underneath. So imagine you look at a temple that it is collapsing literally because of weathering.
Another observation that I've often heard made is that the erosion in places looks like it was caused by water, and not just rainfall, but even wave or current action. We'll get into the scientific details of water erosion on limestone a little later in the video, and while I can understand the observation based on the shape of some of this erosion, there are a few issues with the idea. It's certainly possible that at some point, many thousands of years ago, sheet floods or the like might have come across the Giza Plateau, and in fact there's strong evidence for floods at least in the lower parts of the plateau, even some records of them happening during the Old Kingdom. At the bottom of the plateau, the lower end of the causeway, the Valley Temple is thought to have functioned as a harbour during the annual inundation of the Nile. In fact, a new scientific paper came out in May 2024 that suggests these structures were on the original banks of a now extinct branch of the Nile River, named the Aramat Branch. Interestingly, this branch only existed when the North African Sahara Desert was a savanna-like environment, with large river systems and lake basins, and ultimately a lot more water, meaning a much wider river with branches like the Aramat being hydrologically possible. This period, where the Sahara Desert was in fact a savanna, stretches back to more than 12,000 years ago, and it ended somewhere between 5,500 and 5,000 years ago, 3,500 to 3,000 BCE roughly, in the late Holocene. This is many centuries before the dating of the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, which is somewhere around 2,700 BCE. So why would the Old Kingdom Egyptians build a harbour here? Nearby to the Valley Temple, the impressive and megalithic Wall of the Crow, which is at a similar elevation, may well have functioned as some sort of water barrier or hydrological control point. Again, it seems strange that we're seeing features here on the plateau that appear to be designed for a water system that simply didn't exist during the established time frame for the Old Kingdom. Although it's possible water reached this level during the annual inundation of the Nile during those times, it would have been far less than the level of the water during the Savannah period, when the Aramat branch of the Nile was some 260 metres wide, or 853 feet. There's something else going on here. Let's also not forget that Zahi Hawass himself dropped a core drill down in front of the Sphinx Temple, which is in this so-called harbour area. He drilled down something like 16 metres, or 52 feet, and he hit red granite, which is not a natural part of the limestone plateau, and he reported this in his paper, The Discovery of the Harbours of Khufu and Khafre. This is clearly evidence for something underground, and the remnants of this drilling experiment can still be seen if you take a walk out in front of the Sphinx Temple. So, while individual floods are certainly possible, I have a little more trouble with the idea that large bodies of water might be responsible for the erosion that we see at the other, higher end of the causeway, as it's a different story when we climb up to the level of the pyramids. As mentioned, the plateau has a distinct slope up to the west, and at the top end of the causeway, the level of the pyramids, you're at a significantly higher elevation than the Nile Valley and surrounding desert. Up here, you stand at a height above the head of the Sphinx, and you can look out across the Nile Valley that modern Cairo is built in. Single sheet floods or rainfall events alone are unlikely to have caused the erosion that we can see at the Pyramid Temple, even if they reach this level. Suggesting that there was flowing water running up here for any significant length of time would have meant a truly enormous body of water. Something else, other than single events, must be responsible for the severe erosional features on display, and I think that it's most likely time and natural processes. This brings us to one of the major contradictions to be found on the Giza Plateau, something I've noticed and researched in the last couple of years, and the topic I hinted at in the introduction. That is, that not everything labelled as 4th or 5th dynasty shows this sort of erosional damage. In fact, a lot of the less famous structures on the plateau are, quite frankly, in great shape. Take the Western Cemetery, for example. Located to the west of the Great Pyramid and attributed to Pharaoh Khufu, these 4th dynasty structures are at the exact same elevation as the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid. They're made from exactly the same type of nummulitic limestone, and just look at the surfaces of these blocks, only a hint of erosive damage. The structures of the Western Cemetery were all supposedly made by essentially the same people as those who made the Pyramid Temple. In fact, going by the Orthodox timeline, this area is supposedly older than the structures of the Middle Pyramid, as Khufu was the father of Khafra. Not only that, but these were never cased in blocks of protective granite, as were the limestone blocks of the Pyramid Temple. So, we're looking at the same stone, at the same elevation level, made by the same people at roughly the same time, all without protective granite casing, yet we only see a bare fraction of the level of damage from erosion. This doesn't make much sense to me, but it only gets more confusing as we expand our search.
So, this is here the best example. Because we have two in front of each other. The one that reflects a deteriorated surface, it was extracted like that.
So
And
this
it was never flattened.
Ah.
So it still has the face of the mountain as they extracted it.
Right.
So this is the weathering of the mountain itself.
Oh, I see.
Before they flatten it.
Yeah, okay.
So all this was removed.
Yeah, I
This
can
is
see
the
that.
part that is not removed. هات يا حبيبي القلب.
Habibi.
So you see,
So yeah, this is
these ones is the natural, the natural surface that they extracted without flattening.
Yeah, so they didn't finish this. They were gonna, and they were working on flattening this, and then you have,
And you have the flattened one,
yeah.
right, like this one. And this was also from day one exposed.
So this is all 4th dynasty,
Yeah,
part of the pyramid complex,
of course, this is part of the pyramid city.
the pyramid city, right?
Yeah. So you can see the stone masonry is beautiful.
Yeah, it's lovely.
That's why we always say we don't want to underestimate the dynastic Egyptians.
Right.
Look at the beautiful stone masonry. It lasted for thousands of years.
Yeah.
But this is finished. When we look at something like that, that is also eroded because it was never finished. It was never flattened.
Yeah, you can see that. So this was flattened here.
Yeah, this one is flattened. The rest, this was the erosion of the mountain itself.
When they,
When they extracted. The other ones is the ones that got finished after construction. So this was finished in the Old Kingdom days. And here it is. This is the same, we're looking at this example because this is the same type of stone that we looked at the interior over there. This is exactly the same because it's coming from here, from the bedrock here. And as you can see.
yeah, it's nicely not
it's right
eroded.
there.
Yeah.
Now, look how it looks like it is thousands of years old. But the level of erosion
It's not the same.
is not the same. Here we see this erosion. This is the erosion of the rocks itself before they flatten the surface. The other one we know that it was built and it was indented to have the casing stone of the granite, and then the erosion happened.
Yeah.
After the granite stone was removed.
Here are some of the limestone structures in the tombs and mastabas to the south of the Great Causeway. Again, we see the same thing. Limestone blocks of Old Kingdom work which were never cased in granite and still in quite good condition. They're lacking severe erosional features. Here's the difference that you might have already noticed. These Old Kingdom structures are, quite obviously, of a different construction style to the more megalithic work. The blocks are much, much smaller, and the masonry work is still quite linear and fine. The severe erosion is found only on the more megalithic structures, the ones that use huge stone blocks and those that are often cased in granite. At the higher exposed levels of the Valley Temple, we can find similar erosive damage in its limestone blocks. You can see the same thing in the Sphinx Temple, which is stripped of all but a handful of its original granite casing stones. The now exposed south face of the Great Pyramid, viewable after they removed the boat museum, can now be seen up close, and what's left of the casing stones here show severe erosional damage. Several feet of the tough Tura limestone has been eaten away, and extensive modern repairs have been made in this area. Even here, in the core masonry at the northeastern corner of the Great Pyramid, there is a bedrock section that happens to be carved from a natural flint nodule, which is one of the hardest types of rock and used to carve granite and other hard stones. This flint section, part of the natural bedrock, was carved as an integrated piece of the Great Pyramid. It seems to show significant wear and damage, although it is possible some of this damage might have occurred as the result of the quarrying or removal
Ross
of the
Publica
casing
says wake
stones
up.
and outer layer. This comparison of the erosive damage that's found between the smaller blocked, less sophisticated structures and the larger megalithic and often far more complex buildings is not just limited to the Giza Plateau. It's a phenomenon viewable in plain sight on many of the Old Kingdom pyramid sites in Lower Egypt. At Saqqara, severe erosion is visible on the massive casing stones of the Winis Pyramid. Yet, the Step Pyramid, made from similar limestone, but of much smaller blocks, lacks any evidence for significant erosion, and it is, at least in the Orthodox timeline, considered to be much older. This, at least to my mind, presents a significant conundrum to the Orthodox timeline. We have here a case of structures all, according to that timeline, built around the same time period, from the same stone, by the same people, in some cases at exactly the same elevation level, and presumably subject to the same natural erosive forces that occur over millennia. Yet anyone with a pair of eyes attached to a brain can witness the obvious and distinct differences in erosional damage to the larger, more megalithic works, which, in many examples, were also protected from said forces, likely for millennia, by huge blocks of granite. It just doesn't make sense in the context of the established timeline, but it does begin to make sense if we hypothesize that the megalithic structures are in fact considerably older than the smaller block work of the Old Kingdom. I've said many times
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
Sites in ancient Egypt is far longer and more complex than is really apparent to the eye, and that's certainly true at the Giza Plateau. I think there were many different periods of construction, renovation,
Ross
repair,
Publica says
spanning
wake up
of destruction and quarrying.
I'm up.
Who's to say exactly
What's
what
up?
was
How's it
here
going?
when the
How's it
ancient
going?
Egyptians established their great necropolises of Giza or Saqqara?
Why are you talking so slow?
There is no doubt that they were here. They built on these sites, and they certainly left their mark.
Dude, watch out for dudes who wear
Whether or
bandanas
not
like
they
that.
truly possess the capability to build structures like the Pyramid Valley and Sphinx temples, made
mm.
with mind-bending precision and sophistication, as well as single blocks of stone weighing in at over 400 tons, or whether they were even capable of building the pyramids themselves, I'm highly skeptical. Based on the archaeological evidence, what they wrote, the scenes on the walls that they drew, and the tools that we found, there is very little evidence to support it. There are no scenes on any walls showing stone pyramid building, nor of the logistics that are involved with moving 400-plus ton blocks of stone. But we do have scenes of other, more primitive construction activities. Scenes of woodworking, of using sticks, rocks, and sand to shape alabaster vessels, and of them making mud bricks, presumably for ramps, or perhaps even to make the mud brick pyramids of the Middle Kingdom.
JFK wasn't a
The
conspiracy?
tools that have been found in the archaeological record are primitive. They can't explain the machining and cutting witness marks that are still found on megalithic architecture, nor the precision and sophisticated geometry of blocks and artifacts made from very hard stone. What we can see here is a tale of two industries. One that is relatively primitive, understandable and explainable by the tools we found and the scenes that have been carved on walls by ancient Egyptians. And another that is far more mysterious, sophisticated, complex, precise, and megalithic, with no evidence suggesting that the dynastic Egyptians possessed the tools, knowledge, or capability to create it. Before we move on to the scientific research into limestone erosion, a quick note to let you know that this video is being brought to you by my amazing supporter community and the
Limestone
Value for Value
erosion.
model. I want to extend a huge thank you to those who support Uncharted X on Patreon, YouTube channel memberships, Subscribestar, and Locals, as well as those who support me directly through PayPal, Venmo, or my PO box. I don't do sponsorship
PO
deals on this
box.
channel at unchartedx.com/details. Back to the video. So, now that we've established the difference between legitimately 4th dynasty structures, the smaller block work, and the more megalithic structures, let's return to the topic of erosion into limestone. Just how long might it have taken for this level of damage to occur in this hard sedimentary rock? We aren't limited to just guesswork here, as there have been quite a number of scientific studies done with the aim of determining erosion rates into limestone under various conditions. I want to acknowledge and thank a good friend and teacher of mine, Randall Carlson, for sharing a lot of this data with me. I have a longer discussion with him on my channel that focuses on the erosion of the Sphinx enclosure, so if you're interested in getting into more details in the way that only Randall can, the link to that discussion is below in the description. But I'm going to cover the main points of these studies here.
I keep I'm wanting to change it, and I keep saying something interesting.
Damage, or 60.96 centimeters, rounded up to 61. There are many places where there is at least 2 feet of erosion damage into the stone.
Cool.
The 11-meter long block wall that's fallen over is one of them. Another are the blocks in the central internal structure of the pyramid temple, as well as those of the temple structure at the third pyramid of Menkaure. Much of the modern repair work was similarly done in places where there's been at least 2 feet of the stone eaten away by erosion. The Sphinx enclosure itself is another example. Given that this was originally a quarry and would have had, when it was quarried, a slightly stepped profile due to the blocks being cut, there has been even more than 2 feet of erosive damage done to these bedrock limestone walls. So, in my opinion here, 2 feet or 61 centimeters is an adequate baseline. Let's look at high-energy erosive environments first, as there is plenty of limestone found in rivers or in coastal and intertidal zones around the world that have been studied, like these with the typical notches carved from wave action in Malaysia. The shore rocks of Point Perrin, which is near Perth in Western Australia, were studied by Ernest P. Hodgkin, and his findings reported in a paper titled Rate of Erosion of Intertidal Limestone in the Annals of Geomorphology, published in 1964. The limestone notch that was studied by Hodgkin at Point Perrin actually faces inshore, and it was sheltered from the full impact of the waves, but it's still a high-energy erosive environment given the 24/7 nature of water action working on the stone. Stainless steel rods were driven into the rock at 3 levels, and casts were made of the rock surface, including the rods, when they were placed there in August of 1953. Casts were again taken in February of 1956 and once again in January of 1962. The amount of rock lost due to wave and water action was measured by comparing the profiles of the casts. Quoting from Hodgkin's paper, quote, "From these data it is evident that there was progressive erosion over the whole of this nearly vertical rock surface, but that rate differed greatly with level. It was highest at the lowest level and decreased rapidly above this. The highest rods are above high water mark, except sometimes in winter, but must normally be wetted daily by waves and splash. The lowest rods are a little above mean sea level and are covered daily, except occasionally. At this level, the mean rate of erosion was 1 millimeter per year, a figure that again is very close to estimates from limestone shores elsewhere." End quote. So, from Hodgkin's paper, the highest rate of erosion, which was found at the lowest rods, just above mean sea level, that was measured over 11 years, was 1 millimeter per year. Again, this was the fastest measured rate of erosion. Higher rods still affected by water action showed far less. If we bust out the trusty Windows key, higher rods showed far less.
Depending upon your point of view, the Epic of Gilgamesh may be considered a biography of a legendary king, a love story, a comedy, a tragedy, a precarious adventure, or perhaps an anthology of origin stories. All these elements are present in the narrative, and the diversity of the text is only matched by its literary sophistication. Perhaps surprisingly, given the extreme antiquity of the material, the epic is a masterful blending of complex existential queries, rich imagery, and dynamic characters. Despite the fantastical elements of the narrative and its protagonist, Gilgamesh remains a very human character, one who experiences the same heartbreaks, limitations, and simple pleasures that shape the universal quality of the human condition. Gilgamesh explores the nature and meaning of being human and asks the questions that continue to be debated in modern day. What is the meaning of life and love? What is life really? And am I doing it right? How do we cope with life's brevity and uncertainty, and how do we deal with loss? The epic also provides the reader with a useful case study in what not to do if one is in the exceptional circumstance of reigning over the ancient city of Uruk. In ancient Mesopotamia, the correct behavior of the king was necessary for maintaining earthly and heavenly order. Despite the gravity of this royal duty, Gilgamesh seems to do everything wrong. He kills the guardian Humbaba and ransacks his precious cedar forest. He insults the goddess of love, Ishtar, and slays the mighty bull of heaven. He finds the key to eternal youth, but then loses it just as quickly to a passing snake. Through these misadventures, Gilgamesh strives for fame and immortality, but instead finds love with his companion Enkidu, and a deeper understanding of the limits of humanity and the importance of community. The Epic of Gilgamesh was wildly famous in antiquity, with its impact traceable to the later literary worlds of the Homeric epics and the Hebrew Bible. Yet, in modern day, even the most erudite readers of ancient literature might struggle to outline its plot or name its characters. So, why this modern-day cultural amnesia surrounding one of the world's greatest works of ancient literature?
Sculpting?
The answer lies in the history of the narrative's reception. While many of the great literary works of ancient Rome and Greece were studied continuously throughout the development of Western culture, the Epic of Gilgamesh comes from a forgotten age. Gilgamesh was written in cuneiform script, the world's oldest known form of writing. The earliest strands of Gilgamesh's narrative can be found in 5 Sumerian poems, and other versions include those written in Elamite, Hittite, and Hurrian. The best-known version is the Standard Babylonian version, written in Akkadian, a language written in cuneiform that functioned as the language of diplomacy in the 2nd millennium BCE. The disappearance of the cuneiform writing system around the time of the 1st century CE accelerated Gilgamesh's sharp slide into anonymity. For almost 2 millennia, clay tablets containing stories of Gilgamesh and his companions lay lost and buried, alongside many tens of thousands of other cuneiform texts, beneath the remnants of the great library of Ashurbanipal. The modern rediscovery of the epic was a watershed moment in the understanding of the ancient Near East. The 11th tablet of the epic was first translated by self-taught cuneiform scholar George Smith in 1872. Smith discovered the presence of an ancient Babylonian flood narrative in the text with striking parallels to the biblical flood story of the book of Genesis. From these beginning to the mid-19th century, the process of recovering the cuneiform literary catalog continues today. In 2014, the publication of a new fragment of Tablet 5 made international news. The revised reconstruction of Tablet 5 yields text that is nearly 20 lines longer than previously known. The most interesting piece of information provided by this new source is the continuation of the description of the cedar forest. Gilgamesh and Enkidu saw monkeys as part of the exotic and noisy fauna of the cedar forest. This was not mentioned in other versions of the epic. Additionally, Humbaba emerges not as a barbarian ogre, but as a foreign ruler entertained with exotic music at court in the manner of Babylonian kings.
The story introduces Gilgamesh, king of Uruk. Gilgamesh, 2/3 god and 1/3 man, is oppressing his people, who cry out to the gods for help. For the young women of Uruk, this oppression takes the form of a droit du seigneur, or lord's right, to sleep with brides on their wedding night. Gilgamesh exhausts the young men through games, tests of strength, or perhaps forced labor on building projects. The gods respond to the people's pleas by creating an equal to Gilgamesh, who will be able to stop his oppression. This is Enkidu, who is covered in hair and lives in the wild. He is spotted by a trapper, whose livelihood is being ruined because Enkidu is uprooting his traps. The trapper tells the sun god Shamash about the man, and it is arranged for Enkidu to be seduced by Shamat, a temple prostitute, his first step towards being tamed. After 6 days and 7 nights of lovemaking and teaching Enkidu about the ways of civilization, she takes Enkidu to a shepherd's camp to learn how to be civilized. Gilgamesh, meanwhile, has been having dreams about the imminent arrival of a beloved new companion and asks his mother, the goddess Ninsun, to help interpret these dreams.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty fucking handsome too,
brings
huh?
Enkidu to the shepherd's camp, where he is introduced to a human diet and becomes the night watchman. Learning from a passing stranger
And then
about
with this
Gilgamesh's
bulging
treatment of
pecs.
druids, Enkidu is incensed and travels to Uruk to intervene at a wedding. When Gilgamesh attempts to visit the wedding chamber, Enkidu blocks his way and they fight. After a fierce battle, Enkidu acknowledges Gilgamesh's superior strength and they become friends. Gilgamesh proposes a journey to the cedar forest to slay the monstrous demigod Humbaba in order to gain fame and renown. Despite warnings from Enkidu and the Council of Elders, Gilgamesh is not deterred.
And they fought or what?
Tablet 3 explains how Gilgamesh received advice from his elders for his journey ahead. Gilgamesh visits his mother, Ninsun, who seeks the support and protection of the sun god Shamash for their adventure. Ninsun adopts Enkidu as her son, and Gilgamesh leaves instructions for the governance of Uruk in his absence. In Tablet 4, Gilgamesh and Enkidu journey to the cedar forest. Every few days they camp on a mountain and perform a dream ritual.
Ancient Near East place names are crazy.
About falling mountains, thunderstorms, wild bulls, and a thunderbird that breathes fire. Despite similarities between his dream figures and earlier descriptions of Humbaba, Enkidu interprets these dreams as good omens and denies that the frightening images represent the forest guardian. As they approach the cedar mountain, they hear Humbaba bellowing and must encourage each other not to be afraid. Tablet 5 introduces us to Humbaba. After the heroes enter the cedar forest, Humbaba, the guardian of the cedar forest, insults and threatens
super good omen,
He
huh?
accuses Enkidu of betrayal and vows to disembowel Gilgamesh and feed his flesh to the birds. Gilgamesh is afraid, but with some encouraging words from Enkidu, the battle commences. The mountains crack with the tumult, and the sky turns black. The god Shamash sends 13 winds to bind Humbaba, and he is captured. Humbaba pleads for his life, and Gilgamesh pities him. He offers to make Gilgamesh king of the forest, to cut the trees for him, and to be his slave. Enkidu, however, argues that Gilgamesh should kill Humbaba to establish his reputation forever. Humbaba curses them both, and Gilgamesh dispatches him with a blow to the neck, as well as killing his 7 sons. The two heroes cut down many cedars, including a gigantic tree that Enkidu plans to fashion into a gate for the temple of Enlil. They build a raft and return home along the Euphrates with the giant tree and, possibly, the head of Humbaba.
Huma Abedin?
In Tablet 6, we see Gilgamesh reject the advances of the goddess Ishtar. Because of her mistreatment of previous lovers like
Oh my god.
Ishtar asks her father Anu to send the bull of heaven to avenge her. When Anu rejects her complaints, Ishtar threatens...
Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but I'm becoming an Ishtarian. You know, I'm fucking worshiping her. She's gonna be like my new god or something, you know? Maybe I'll, like, you know. It's like a serious conversation people are having at some point. Like, oh yeah, fucking, yeah, I decided I'm fucking, you know, I'm just done with this Christianity shit. I'm just gonna focus on this one chick, Ishtar. Yeah, she's super cool. It's pretty compelling setup, right? Shit.
to raise the dead, who will outnumber the living and devour them. Anu states that if he gives her the bull of heaven, Uruk will face 7 years of famine. Ishtar provides him with provisions.
How did he get the AI to like make sexy faces and not fucking demonic faces?
Devastation. He lowers the level of the Euphrates River and dries up the marshes. He opens huge pits that swallow 300 men. Without any divine assistance, Enkidu and Gilgamesh murder him and offer up his heart to Shamash. When Ishtar cries out, Enkidu hurls one of the hindquarters of the bull at her. The city of Uruk celebrates, but Enkidu has an ominous dream.
Uruk's such a bull hindquarters town.
In Enkidu's dream, the gods decide that one
Talk
of the
about Ishtar some more, man. Come on.
Humbaba and the bull of heaven. Despite the protestations of Shamash, Enkidu is marked for death. Enkidu curses the great door he has fashioned for Enlil's temple. He also curses the trapper and Shamat for removing him from the wild. Shamash reminds Enkidu of how Shamat fed and clothed him. And
Subscribe, come on, do it.
Shamash tells him that
You'll be
Gilgamesh
stronger in the morning.
honors upon him at his funeral, and will wander into the wild consumed with grief. Enkidu regrets his curses and blesses Shamat.
You get me,
in a second dream, however,
all these other motherfuckers out here too.
Captive to the netherworld, a house of dust and darkness, whose inhabitants eat clay, and are clothed in bird feathers, supervised by terrifying beings. For 12 days, Enkidu's condition worsens. Finally,
Usually I'm a lot sharper, but I
heroic
mean,
death
fucking
in
sleep.
battle, he dies. In a famous line from the epic, Gilgamesh clings to Enkidu's body and denies that he has died until a maggot drops from the nose of the corpse.
So
in
sad.
Tablet 8, Gilgamesh delivers a lament for Enkidu, in which he calls upon mountains, forests, fields, rivers, wild animals, and all of Uruk to mourn for his friend. Recalling their adventures together, Gilgamesh tears at his hair and clothes in grief. He commissions a funerary statue and provides grave gifts from his treasury to ensure that Enkidu has a favorable reception in the realm of the dead. A great banquet is held, where the treasures are offered to the gods of the netherworld. Just before a break in the text, there is a suggestion that a river is being dammed, indicating a burial in a riverbed, as in the corresponding Sumerian poem, The Death of Gilgamesh. Tablet 9 opens with Gilgamesh roaming the wild wearing skins, grieving for Enkidu. Having now become fearful of his own death, he decides to seek Utnapishtim and learn the secret of eternal life. Among the few survivors of the Great Flood, Utnapishtim and his wife are the only humans to have been granted immortality by the gods. Gilgamesh crosses a mountain pass at night and encounters a pride of lions. Before sleeping, he prays for protection to the moon god Sin. Then, waking from an encouraging dream, he murders the lions and uses their skins for clothing. After a long and perilous journey, Gilgamesh arrives at the twin peaks of Mount Mashu at the end of the earth. He comes across a tunnel, which no man has ever entered, guarded by two scorpion monsters, who appear to be a married couple. The husband tries to dissuade Gilgamesh from passing, but the wife intervenes, expresses sympathy for Gilgamesh, and allows his passage. He passes under the mountains along the road of the sun. In complete darkness, he follows the road for 12 double hours, managing to complete the trip before the sun catches up with him. He arrives at the Garden of the Gods,
Double hour a day.
full of jewel-laden trees. In Tablet 10, Gilgamesh meets alewife Siduri, who assumes that he is a murderer or thief.
Oh my
because of
god,
his
dude.
disheveled appearance.
Another one. Look at
Gilgamesh
this
tells her
babe.
about the purpose of his journey. She attempts to dissuade him from his quest, but sends him to Urshanabi, the ferryman, who will help him cross the sea to Utnapishtim. Gilgamesh, out of spontaneous rage, destroys the stone charms that Urshanabi keeps with him. Gilgamesh tells his story, but when he asks for help, Urshanabi
classic
informs him
Gilgamesh.
that he has just destroyed the objects that can help them cross the waters of death, which are deadly to the touch. Urshanabi instructs Gilgamesh to cut down 120 trees and fashion them into punting poles. When they reach the island where Utnapishtim lives, Gilgamesh recounts his story, asking him for his help. Utnapishtim reprimands him, declaring that fighting the common fate of humans is futile and diminishes life's joys.
Dick, dude.
Gilgamesh observes
He
that
made it so he
different
fucking
from himself and asks him how he obtained his immortality. Utnapishtim explains that the gods decided to send a great flood. To save Utnapishtim, the god Enki told him to build a boat. He gave him precise dimensions, and it was sealed with pitch and bitumen. His entire family went aboard together with his
Ancient
craftsmen
bitumen
and
was
all the
fucking
animals of the field. A
hard as
violent
fuck.
storm then arose, which caused the terrified gods to retreat to the heavens. Ishtar lamented the wholesale destruction of humanity, and the other gods wept beside her. The storm lasted 6 days and nights, after which all the human beings turned to clay. Utnapishtim weeps when he sees the destruction. His boat lodges on a mountain, and he releases a dove, a swallow, and a raven. When the raven fails to return, he opens the ark and frees its...
I said the other night when we were like comparing the flood stories, I said they weren't doing a very good job. That's the kind of thing that they didn't talk about, right? They have like the specific scene is mirrored in various flood stories of like them fucking pulling up in the boat and like letting go of the different species to like go find land, right? That exact scenario is like in multiple of the different flood stories, which implies that there's some specific, reason why they were doing that or whatever.
inhabitants. Utnapishtim offers a sacrifice to the gods, who smell the sweet savor and gather around. Ishtar vows that just as she
The
will never
smelling
forget
the sweet
brilliant
savior
necklace that
part
hangs
too
around
is
her
another
neck,
common
she will
thing.
always remember this time. When Enlil arrives, angry that there are survivors, she condemns him for instigating the flood. Enki also castigates him for sending a disproportionate punishment. Enlil blesses Utnapishtim and
Get
his
fucked,
wife,
Enlil.
and rewards them with eternal life. The main point seems to be that when Enlil granted eternal life, it was a unique gift. As if to demonstrate this point,
What do you mean? It is though. They're all the same story. It's what I'm saying. Yeah, all over the world, this is the same story. And like, I think it's fascinating to me is that like most cultures on the world in the world appear to have developed the ability to like write and communicate across time explicitly to leave this story for their ancestors, which I think is it's a strong data point that no one ever seems to mention. They like literally fucking develop culture in, you know, at its root, just so that they could tell us about this shit that happened in Enki. You know, like, oh, okay. I guess that's just a fairy tale, right? Gigamesh. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing about this story, exactly, is they're all over the world, these same stories, right? I think there's 200 and something versions of it, or 190 something, I forget. A lot, a shitload. And some of them involve explicit mentioning that, like, oh, fucking the aliens got out of the spaceship and they caught a fucking Australopithecus and started fucking with his genes. The other ones sort of like dance around it, but it seems like they certainly want us to think that. I feel like that could be, this is kind of controversial, I feel like, but I feel like that is that's the type of misdirection we should be anticipating, like them saying, oh yeah, we fucking made you, when they didn't make shit, you know?
Utnapishtim challenges Gilgamesh to stay awake for 6 days and 7 nights. Gilgamesh
Dude, I'm halfway there.
Utnapishtim instructs his wife to bake a loaf of bread on each of the days he is asleep, so that he cannot deny his failure to keep awake. Gilgamesh, who is seeking to overcome death, cannot even conquer sleep. After instructing Urshanabi, the ferryman, to wash Gilgamesh and clothe him in royal robes, they depart for Uruk. As they are leaving, Utnapishtim's wife asks her husband to offer a parting gift. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that at the bottom of the sea there lives a boxthorn-like plant that will make him young again. Gilgamesh, by binding stones to his feet so he can walk on the bottom, manages to obtain the plant. Gilgamesh proposes to investigate if the plant has the hypothesized rejuvenation ability by testing it on an old man once he returns to Uruk. When Gilgamesh stops to bathe, it is stolen by a serpent who sheds their skin as they depart. Gilgamesh weeps at the futility of his efforts because he has now lost all chance of immortality. He returns to Uruk, where the sight of its massive walls prompts him to praise this enduring work to Urshanabi.
I don't know, if I could just get like one more
Tablet 12
cycle, that'd be greatly appreciated. I don't know about
Gilgamesh
forever.
and the Netherworld, also known as Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the Netherworld, and variants, although it has been suggested that it is derived from an unknown version of that story. The contents of this last tablet are inconsistent with previous ones. Enkidu is still alive, despite having died earlier in the epic. Because of this, its lack of integration with the other tablets, and the fact that it is almost a copy of an earlier version, it has been referred to as an inorganic appendage to the epic. Gilgamesh complains to Enkidu that many of his possessions have fallen into the underworld. Enkidu offers to bring them back. Delighted, Gilgamesh tells Enkidu what he must and must not do in the underworld if he is to return. Enkidu does everything which he was told not to do. The underworld keeps him. Gilgamesh prays to the gods to give him back his friend. Enlil and Suen do not reply, but Enki and Shamash decide to help. Shamash makes a crack in the earth, and Enkidu's ghost jumps out of it. The tablet ends with Gilgamesh questioning Enkidu about what he has seen in the underworld. The preceding summary and analysis of the Epic of Gilgamesh is what you may call the official academic version. Of course, regular viewers of the archive understand that this epic goes far beyond its classification as a myth assigned to it by mainstream academia.
That's right.
The Epic of Gilgamesh is actually directly related to the ancient astronaut hypothesis in that Gilgamesh's actions had far-reaching implications when it came to the power dynamics of the Anunnaki. The archive recently explained these implications in our video about the Tower of Babel. A timestamped link is provided in the description beneath this video. On behalf of the archive, I want to convey our sincere gratitude for your viewership and support. If you have not already done so, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to be alerted about new presentations.
I'm a big fan of archives in general.
All great truths begin as blasphemies.
I generally fuck with archives. Got an archive, show it to me. Give me your archive, y'all.
The conquest of Palestine, the colonization of Palestine, the subjugation of Palestine, the
Doing the
genocide,
archive.
these are not things that are simply only about Palestine itself. Of course, we don't want to minimize the Palestinian national question and the question of Palestinian sovereignty.
That's 2 weeks ago. Okay. Dude, Moogie needs to get his shit together. I'm telling you, dude. I'm surprised his chat doesn't tell him how bad his fucking content's been. Did we even watch any mystery history today? I don't think we did we? Every night has such good content. Yeah. They're not coming for me. They're coming for you, but I'm just standing in the way. Okay, subscribe now. Won't regret it. Never been regretted. Hashtag never regret.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I just got home. Look.
It's like a little like one act.
Today magazine was in
Okay.
the mail. We should look through it.
I don't know.
Man, look at this month's cover. Ah. Oh, look, we can send in for a map too. I was already looking through it a little bit. There's an article in here on religion.
She would never get the part if she did this for an audition.
And anti-Soviet propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they say in the news? The godless communists, right? I guess not. Want me to read it to you?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many good articles in here, but I think we should definitely start with this one. Yeah, Religion and Anti-Soviet Propaganda by Reverend William Howard Malish. They got a reverend to write it. Look.
Reverend.
Even just here, we'll learn a little something. Much of the hostility which Americans have been evidencing toward the Soviet Union is cloaked in the language of religion. It can be divided into 3 distinct types.
I mean, what do you think the average Soviet citizen thought of the Operation Polar Bear bullshit or whatever, the invasion? Like, soon as the fucking October Revolution went down, they were like, "Oh, we gotta go take care of this shit, guys. Come on." Like, literally every country in Europe that was still standing sent over troops, and that was seemed pretty, discriminatory. This fucking hostage lady. I don't want to call her hostage because I'm pretty sure she's a soldier, right? What's this Channel 5 video? Anyone want to watch that? I don't even know what it's about. It's me sighing about being disappointed about so much amazing content we will never even get to. Okay. Let's stick with this. Kind of psych myself out.
First, okay, so he's breaking it down for us. Okay, what's number 1? First, there is antagonism of those who personally care little or nothing about religion, but find in religion a convenient pretext and vehicle for anti-Soviet propaganda. This is pointed out to really religious people. They are the first to denounce it and to feel a deep resentment at such exploitation of religion by individuals whose motives are political and economic.
This guy?
Second, two, there is the antagonism of certain groups who do not believe in the traditional American principle of separation of church and state. They are fundamentally opposed to the religious policy of the Soviet authorities, which is in essence the same as ours. Certainly, no religious American should allow himself to be influenced in his attitude towards the Soviet Union by the denunciations and the attacks of such groups, as would disavow the traditional American policy.
Yeah, I've seen
in
him
which
around
he
before. He
believes.
looks familiar.
This is too good. Third, man, they're really breaking it down. Third, there is the antagonism of those who, through sheer ignorance of the truth concerning Soviet religious policy and practice, continue to parrot old and outdated prejudicial statements about persecution and anti-religious activity in the Soviet Union. Fortunately, most of the Americans who express hostility to the Soviet Union on religious grounds belong to this.
She's got 3,000 views. Pre-Cold War medium. Not so much pre-Cold War as it is like, yeah, like during the war still, right? They didn't want to like, somehow like fuck up the war effort by like doing the Cold War. As soon as that shit ended up, bam. Which is good though, it's just kind of cringy. I'd rather just read the article myself. I don't need her like commentary about life in 1943. Oh, the mailman was mean today. I'll show him.
Many artifacts discovered around the world are composed of metals that should have been impossible for ancient people to craft.
That's right.
These items also have many strange characteristics.
Alright, don't do that shit. Alright.
While you may have seen some of these objects before, in this video,
I don't know what to make of any of those.
Explaining their properties and why they should.
I don't know what she's gonna go into that shit, but yeah. Those are really weird. These things, bells, I don't know how they got into the coal, but it's bizarre, right? What the fuck? Why do they find multiple bells everywhere? Like, yeah. Imagine if we're wrong about like literally everything on this planet, like every natural system that we think we've fucking figured out. You find out that we were wrong about like all of them. Like, oh man. I think it's that catastrophism stuff, right? They always want to plot everything out like it's a fucking gradual process of eventual changing, breaking down, whatever. That doesn't seem to be the way that like nature acts, on our time scale, right? It seems like it goes gangbusters and then stalls up for a while. Naturally formed belt.
Did not exist. An oddly shaped piece of iron was discovered fully encased in a type of coal called lignite, which is brown coal still in the.
Like, I'm totally down to fucking believe that we're like, I don't know, 100,000 years old, maybe some shit like that. Sure, right? But if we're making artifacts that are falling into the coal, that's like we're talking millions of years here, and I don't know about that. Millions. And the only thing that would fit here would be like it's the past is prologue. Like part of this is like has to happen for some reason, and it's like trying to happen off screen or something. I don't know. Oh, it's got to be 432. You know it's going to be 432, dude. I don't even have to ask. Obviously, it's 432.
In the process of transitioning between bituminous coal and peat, deep
Jeez.
within an Austrian mine in 1885.
It's like asking me my resonant frequency. You know what I mean?
Iron is roughly square in shape,
Also
with the two
432.
outwards-facing sides being convex. Especially when you compare it to naturally formed iron, it is apparent that the Wolfsegg iron has been formed artificially. Some have speculated that this object could be a meteorite. However, scientists tested its composition and confirmed that it was not a meteorite due to
Not
the
the
lack of
meteorite.
cobalt, nickel, or chromium. A further investigation in 1973 concluded that it had been cast using the lost wax technique, providing more evidence that the object is man-made. The Wolfsegg iron is a solid piece of nearly pure iron, which is what makes it an anomaly. Iron is rarely found pure in nature. It is found as iron ore, a combined mass of iron and other minerals and elements. An iron object which has existed long enough to become embedded in coal should have completely rusted and decomposed. Coal is formed from the compaction and heating of damp and decomposing plant material, such as that which is found in bogs. The moist conditions that the Wolfsegg iron would have been situated in to eventually become encased in coal
Got my
should
bell in
have
the
caused
bog.
the
I mean,
object to
yeah.
completely rust and disintegrate. The coal that the Wolfsegg iron was embedded in has been dated to be 60 million years old by geologists,
See?
making the discovery of a man-made object within the coal even more perplexing.
It's
A very
incredibly
similar object
perplexing.
was discovered in a coal mine in Virginia in the early 1900s. An iron mask resembling the face of a man was found completely embedded in a seam of coal by a worker at the mine.
What the
mask has been
fuck,
determined to be a
dude?
death mask, created to represent the face of an important individual who had lived long ago. The mask itself weighs over 50 pounds, and is also made of nearly pure iron, yet it has not rusted. The coal that the iron mask was discovered in is estimated to be at least 570 million years old, according to geologists. In 1912, a worker shoveling coal into a furnace at an electric plant in Oklahoma discovered a small, solid iron pot when he broke apart a lump of coal with a shovel. The pot is similar in design to those that casters and tinsmiths use to hold molten metal. Several people witnessed the worker break apart the coal and find the iron pot, confirming that the object had been fully encased in the coal. There were indentations inside of the coal lump where the iron pot had been, further proving that the pot had truly been inside of the lump of coal. The coal itself was dated to be 312 million years old by geologists. A nearly identical incident occurred in Buchanan, West Virginia, back in 1944. A boy was carrying a large lump of coal with a shovel to the furnace in his parents' basement. Struggling to carry the coal, it slid off the shovel and hit the ground, breaking apart. Looking down at the shattered coal, the boy realized that there was a brass bell protruding from one of the broken halves. After removing the bell from the coal, he showed it to his parents, and they noticed a strange figure depicted at the top of the bell. Upon later research, they found out that it resembled the ancient Hindu god Garuda. Very similar ancient brass bells depicting Garuda have been discovered in India, which in itself is not surprising, but the fact that one of the same types of bells were also found encased in coal in America indicates that even the bells in India could be far older than is believed. While the bell itself is brass, the clapper inside the bell is made of
Ooh,
iron,
transporter
which has not
experiment?
rusted.
Interesting.
It is notable that a bell, which is at least as old as the coal it was inside of, had been made of brass, since this metal is said to have not been created by humans until around 500 BC. The coal that the boy had found the bell in came from an underground mine in Upshur County, West Virginia, and is dated to be 300 million years old by geologists. It is important that these artifacts are discovered in coal, because it shows that these objects really are ancient, or at least as old as the coal is.
Hey, how do you hide that shit inside coal? I don't get it.
Because geologists assume that the plant material the coal is made from accumulated over millions of years to become as dense and thick as it is. Geologists believe in the uniformitarian principle, which means that the Earth changes and develops very slowly and uniformly by only typical natural processes. Geologists presume that disasters do not alter the environment in drastic ways, Even though there is plenty of proof that catastrophes such as earthquakes, floods, mudslides, droughts, and more can quickly and drastically change the environment. According to the Argonne National Laboratory, which is a U.S. Department of Energy multidisciplinary science and engineering research center, coal can be formed by heating lignin, which is simply plant material, at 300 degrees Fahrenheit for only 36 weeks, which is just over 8 months. Geologists assume that the coal that is mined today was formed from plant materials subjected to relatively low pressure and temperatures, which according to their calculations would require a very long amount of time to turn into coal. If the plant material had instead been subjected to high heat and high temperatures, however, it could have taken a much shorter amount of time for even large amounts of coal to form. If coal could be created in about 8 months, while only subject to temperatures of 300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a very low temperature for an oven, then even in less hot conditions, the coal that is found today in mines could have formed in only a couple years, if not less than a year, especially if the original plant materials had been placed under high levels of pressure. A natural catastrophe combining tectonic
Places are on the opposite
and
side of the
flooding,
planet, exactly,
in which the
yeah.
waters could have remained for months before receding, may have created these conditions. It would have been quite similar to a pressure cooker. The plant materials were buried from the flooding, in between the water above and the magma below the earth. The buried plants would have remained at the correct temperature to transform into coal. Many ancient documents from around the world tell of a cataclysmic event in the past, which flooded the entire world and caused the once single continent to split apart into the 7 continents found today, all within the span of roughly 1 year. If the continents were to split apart in such a short amount of time, there would be an immense amount of subterranean magma generated, mainly along the continental boundaries, as well as friction heating the ground. The vast majority of the magma beneath the Earth, produced from the widespread tectonic activity, would have, for the most
And some
part,
quantum
remained
testing
so far from the
stuff?
surface
Really?
that it would not burn the plants at all. Just heat the plant material in the ground that surrounded
Is that
them.
the Stephen Baxter?
The floodwaters above the buried plant materials would have exerted a tremendous amount of pressure.
And
Studies have
you know,
shown
what's his
that
name?
hydrostatic pressure causes objects brought under thousands of feet of water to be compressed. For every 33 feet, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere, which is a unit of measurement equal to the average air pressure at sea level at a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. If the floodwaters really did reach to the top of the mountains, as stated in ancient documents, then the pressure at and below ground level would have been more than high enough to catalyze the process of coal formation. The height of the mountains on Earth range from 1,000 feet to 29,032 feet. If the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere every 33 feet, then the force exerted on the plant material under the waters would have been a minimum of 30 times the standard pressure of Earth's atmosphere, and could have been a maximum of 879 times the pressure. This amount of force would rapidly compact the plant material.
Oh, the Michael
so that
Crichton
it would
book,
turn
that's
into
right.
coal.
Okay, I remember that.
The floodwaters are also said to have remained for about a year, giving more than enough time for the coal formation process to occur. The cooler water above would have also helped to counteract any excess heat from the underground magma, regulating the temperature of the plant materials and further aiding in the process of coal formation. With a pressure cooker, foods are cooked faster due to the combination of heat and pressure. This same combination of tremendous pressure and heat for roughly a year on the large amount of buried plant material during this flood could have easily created the coal seams which exist nowadays. There are proven cases even out in nature in which large masses of plant materials have formed into coal in just a short period of time. During the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens, large beds of coal formed rapidly due to the conditions. The amount of coal that would be formed during a worldwide catastrophe, such as the Great Flood described in numerous ancient texts, would be immense and widespread. If before this catastrophe occurred, humans had been able to create these types of objects, then it would make sense that during a major flood, these artifacts would have been swept up, along with all of the plant materials, and as the plants turned into coal, these objects became embedded inside. The heat generated from the tectonic activity would be enough to heat the plant materials buried under the ground, but not hot enough to damage the metal items that were mixed together with the plants. Another strange metal object was claimed to have been discovered in the Mureș River in central Romania, near the town of Aiud in 1974. This object, known as the Wedge of Aiud, is composed of 90% aluminum, the remaining 10% being a variety of trace elements. The object was buried about 35 feet deep under the sands on the side of the Mureș River. The artifact is claimed to be at least 10,000 years old, due to its presence alongside 2 mastodon bones, which were also dug up at the site. Humans are said to have been simple hunter-gatherers 10,000 years ago, however, and would not have had the technology to create this object if they had really been so primitive. Aluminum is said to have not been discovered in its pure form until 1825, and up until the mid-1800s, aluminum was more expensive than gold or silver, due to the difficult process of extracting the element from ores. If the Wedge of Aiud is not a hoax, and was really buried alongside mastodon bones, then this means that ancient humans may have been far more advanced in their metalworking skills.
Extreme pressure from the Great Flood.
In addition to being buried deep underground and embedded in coal, ancient artifacts have been discovered inside of regular rocks. In 1936, a couple was walking alongside the Red Creek near London, Texas, when they discovered a rock with a wooden handle protruding from it. As rock collectors, they decided to take the rock. Their son
Immense
broke
pressure.
the rock open to see what the wooden handle was connected to, and found a hammer inside of the rock. They brought the hammer into a laboratory for analysis, and it was discovered that the head of the hammer is composed of 96.6% iron and 3.4% trace elements. Despite the high levels of iron used in its construction, the head of the hammer has not rusted since it was discovered in 1936. The lab testing also found that the handle is now fossilized wood, and parts of the handle had even begun to transition into coal. The type of rock that the hammer was in is called a limy rock concretion. Concretions are masses of mineral matter embedded within rock layers, including limestone, sandstone, and shale, typically formed when a mineral precipitates and cements sediment around an object, which is often organic but can also be inorganic, with this ancient hammer being a combination of organic and inorganic materials. Geologists have dated the rock casing to be 400 to 500 million years old. The London hammer has become such a point of contention that some mainstream archaeologists and other researchers have opted to term the object the London artifact rather than the London hammer, irrationally asserting that the embedded object is not a hammer and only appears to resemble one, so that the presence of this man-made hammer inside of hardened mud claimed to be 400 to 500 million years old does not conflict with their overarching academic beliefs. If the London hammer was a more recently made object that had been encased in mud in some way, then the mud would not have hardened into rock yet, because according to geologists, it can take millions of years for mud to turn into stone. The only way for this process to be sped up is for carbonate-rich water to be present in between the grains of mud or sand, and for high levels of pressure to be exerted on the mud. Carbonate sediments are produced and deposited in areas of active volcanism, which will then be dispersed in the floodwaters mentioned earlier. The decaying
I think that might be it,
would
huh?
also have increased the carbonate levels. As the carbonate-rich water encompassed and compacted the mud that the London hammer was encased in would have rapidly hardened into stone, even within the span of a year in which this flooding may have occurred. The iron portion should have completely rusted during its contact with the floodwaters, or at least during its contact with the moist mud. The fact that it hasn't rusted is due to the iron's unnatural characteristics. Another unusual iron object, sharing the same anti-rusting properties as the London, Texas hammer, is located in New Delhi, India. This artifact, known as the Iron Pillar of Delhi, stands at 23 feet 8 inches tall, and is composed of 98% iron and 2% trace elements.
And it's a fucking rod from God.
Has lent to the pillar's extreme rust resistance, especially with the pillar being exposed to the elements for so long. It should have rusted much more than it has. There are iron brackets that were used as supports for the ancient temples across India, which also show no signs of rust corrosion. The reason as to why some are broken is likely because looters had attempted to remove the brackets so that they could make tools and other things from them, since iron is so difficult to obtain. As the brackets would have adhered to the temple in some way, there would have been resistance as these looters tried to remove the brackets, and they would sometimes snap in half, leaving the other half still attached to the temples. If you observe the remaining iron brackets, you will notice no rust corrosion anywhere, and the brackets are still a dark gray iron color, rather than a bright orange iron oxide color. The same types of iron brackets, used in ancient architecture in other regions, including Iran, Egypt, and Ethiopia, are also unrusted. And as with the brackets in India, the brackets used in other structures worldwide had also been taken. Modern structures made of iron, by contrast, have decomposed in just a few decades. Iron tools made by the Romans, and iron axes made by Vikings, have rusted completely because they did not have the same capability as ancient people of altering iron. The Pillar of Delhi, as well as these iron brackets, have not rusted in thousands of years by comparison. Adding to the impressive engineering of the pillar, it was created from a solid piece of metal, rather than being composed of multiple smaller pieces of metal. This is impressive due to the size of the pillar, standing at almost 24 feet tall. Even with modern technology, it is very difficult to construct metal pillars, especially one as large as the Pillar of Delhi. The iron would first have to be mined, and then smelted in a specific way to make it have the concentration of elements that it has. In order to shape the pillar, it would need to be heated to a molten state first. Even shaping the pillar would have been an intricate and cumbersome process. Creating a pillar of iron would be much more difficult than making one from stone, and yet the Pillar of Delhi was created thousands of years ago. Even stranger, it has been discovered that whenever the Pillar of Delhi is brought into contact with water, including rain, the pillar produces a strange material known as mesowite, a compound of iron, hydrogen, and oxygen, which has prevented the pillar from rust accumulation. Very similar to the iron pillar's protective coating, aluminum also has a natural resistance to corrosion due to the spontaneous formation of an adherent impermeable layer of aluminum oxide, which tends to self-repair immediately, even when breached, due to aluminum's high oxidation rate. Did ancient people engineer the iron they constructed with to replicate the same self-coating protection against corrosion as aluminum? If so, how were they able to do this? Iron found naturally does not have this feature, so it would need to have been altered in some way. The fact that ancient people would have gone through the effort of altering iron,
They have one like that in
so it
Rome
would not
too, I
corrode,
think. I've seen it
actually
before.
suggests that the environment had been different when these
Probably got
artifacts
it from
were
Egypt.
created. First, the evidence suggests that these objects were made before a worldwide flood occurred. As explained in the third video of this channel, a worldwide flood would have caused the Earth's environment to have been altered drastically. The oxygen in the air would have been reduced by a significant amount after the flood, and there would be much less humidity. Since before the flood, there would have been much more oxygen and humidity in the air. Unaltered iron would be unusable, since it would rust much quicker than even modern iron. Therefore, ancient people
It's like in
would
Tears
have
of the
altered
Kingdom.
the properties of the iron they constructed with to make it resistant to rusting. The mesowite coating that is created from moisture would be perpetually present due to the dense humidity of the air when this pillar would have been on display originally. This would explain why these iron objects all around the world were made in the same way to prevent rusting, since the iron Pillar of Delhi and the support brackets are made of the same rust-resistant iron as the artifacts discovered in coal. They were likely made during the same time period by the same people who had shared knowledge of how to smelt iron in this way, and therefore the Pillar of Delhi and these brackets could be much older than is believed. The brass bell found in coal was also made to withstand corrosion in such an oxygen-rich environment. Brass is an alloy of copper and zinc, usually made of mostly copper. Brass is created because copper on its own oxidizes and
How do y'all feel
corrodes
about
rapidly,
zinc?
just like standard iron. Ancient people would not have mixed together copper
Says
and
it every
zinc
time.
without first understanding what would happen if they did this. Native Americans created tools from copper, since this metal alone was easily mineable from the surface around the Great Lakes regions, and does not require advanced smelting techniques to work with. These copper tools have corroded since they were made, however, because the Native Americans were unable to mix the copper with other materials such as zinc. Because zinc ore is very difficult to obtain, and the process of smelting is also very difficult. The people who had created these brass and iron artifacts that were also discovered in North America were far more advanced in their metalworking than the Native Americans.
You keep
Since
saying
these
it,
corrosion-proof
yeah.
artifacts were found in coal, they would most likely be older than the Native American groups, which had made pure copper tools. The fact that these more advanced metal artifacts all share the same unnatural properties demonstrates that ancient metallurgists in different regions before the Great Flood occurred all shared the same knowledge of how to manipulate metal in this way. The air all across Earth had been more oxygen-rich and humid before this flood occurred, so all iron needed to be engineered in the same way to prevent corrosion. Also, due to the higher levels of oxygen and moisture in the air, there is a much greater abundance of vegetation on Earth. Geologists and religious leaders unanimously agree that at some time in the Earth's past, the entire world had a tropical climate. Researchers have discovered that the Arctic's climate was once like Florida's. Traces of an ancient rainforest were recently discovered in Antarctica. The Sahara Desert in Africa was even completely green up until around 4,500 years ago, when, as the Smithsonian magazine puts it, the transition from humid to dry happened far more rapidly in some areas than could be explained by the orbital precession alone, resulting in the Sahara Desert as we know it today. The reason as to why the Sahara had turned into a desert is most likely due to the climate changes, which resulted from the worldwide flood that had occurred around 4,500 years ago. This cataclysm would have been responsible for the burial of these artifacts in coal and rock, and for the damage seen on ancient structures around the world. These artifacts and structures were made so well, however, that they were able to withstand the cataclysm so that they could still be rediscovered by modern people. The fact that man-made objects are being found in rocks dated to be hundreds of millions of years old means that either the datings of these materials is incorrect, or that these artifacts are truly hundreds of millions of years old. Both of these possibilities are difficult to cope with, as they each reveal that the history of the Earth and humanity
Coping just
is
fine.
not as it seems.
This wee shit. You. Finding it difficult to cope.
In the distant corners of our solar system, ice giants Uranus and Neptune are
Oh man.
violent worlds.
3-hour marathon?
Blanketed with smoky hazes, these outer
No.
planets are
I gotta get out of here.
turbulent and
I'm fucking tired.
Neptune claims the fastest winds in our solar system. Like an apparition, its great dark spot surfaces and vanishes without warning. Uranus's inner
Uranus. It's so juvenile. Intentionally mispronouncing the word. So Uranus. Who would do such a thing in Ghastly? Jim Crow laws. Oh wow, look. What's his face? Patrick is going to cover the that guy Quirk found. Kratom break. Oh yeah. Planet Florida, when the world was sweaty and populated by pink flamingo and palmetto bugs, and so some sort of hammer wielding. The sort of like weird one-off what should I call it? You know, copperification. And was that vitri? No, it's not vitrification. What's that called? Shit turns into copper. China before communism. Yeah, I mean, pretty brutal, right? Lost Pyramid, cool. This channel rules. Forbidden Egyptian discoveries. There's that candy apple bin. Let's watch that. Noah talks to an anarchist, which that's great. Jingling's got some soccer shit. He's on this Debunker podcast.
Lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. It only grows harder. Homie grows hotter. He blows. It's all over. It's so hard, and it's getting even harder. Time's up. Over. Plow. Snap back to reality.
Blow. Blow. Okay. What's this shit about?
For thousands of years, people have told stories about strange experiences that we cannot explain. Stories that conflict with our understanding of reality. Some of those stories found their way into print, to be read by hundreds, thousands, or even millions of readers before being consigned.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite confident that like ancient peoples would have been able to figure that shit out pretty easily, right? Just, I feel like it would have happened accidentally a lot too. Like you would have been, fucking poking it with a copper or a campfire with like, poker. You would touch something and it would fucking combine in the right way or whatever. I bet you that was pretty frequent. Huh? It's some genius engagement strategy? What's up, Jeremiah? What's up, Melanie? What's doing?
To the oblivion of the archives. In this series, we dust off forgotten newspaper clippings, magazine articles, and letters from the library of the late Gary Mangiacopra, one of the most prolific collectors of strange stories in the world. Join us as we uncover the forgotten secrets of the archive.
It's like just like the program. It's like one
Before we
word.
begin,
The archive.
I'd like to welcome the newest member of my family, my niece Claire. In the unlikely event that she watches this video someday, I'd like to give her a little snapshot of the world as it is right now, in June 2024. Trudeau is Prime Minister, Biden is President, Charles is King, Francis is Pope, Russia is at war with Ukraine, Israel is at war with Palestine, gas is $1.57 per liter in your hometown, AI is getting amazingly good, the Edmonton Oilers are playing the Florida Panthers for the Stanley Cup, the biggest
This guy
podcast
needs to
is
be
the Joe
fucking
Rogan
punched.
Experience. The biggest YouTube channel is Mr. Beast. The biggest film in theaters is a Garfield movie. And the biggest song on the radio is I Had Some Help by Post Malone. Viewers, if I'm leaving anything out, let me know in the comments below. Roughly half of Box 4 of the Gary Mangiacopra archive is dedicated to the 1956 movie Unidentified Flying Objects, the true story of flying saucers, the first professional documentary on the UFO phenomenon. In what looks to have been a massive research project on this seminal film, Gary collected newspaper clippings, corresponded with UFO witnesses and U.S. Air Force personnel who participated in the film, and transcribed video interviews of individuals associated with the USAF's Project Sign, which the film chronicles. Gary's research seems to have culminated in a 60-page essay, a summary of which we will include later in this piece. For the past 7 years, the US government has been uncharacteristically transparent about its formerly secret investigations into unexplained aerial phenomena, mysteries of the stratosphere, more commonly referred to as unidentified flying objects, or UFOs. Catalyzed by the New York Times 2017 revelation that the US Defense Intelligence Agency had studied the phenomenon in the late 2000s and early 2010s, and culminating with the Pentagon's 2021 UFO report, and a handful of congressional hearings held the succeeding year, the government's recent efforts to acquaint the public with its scientific interest in, and defense-related concerns regarding these celestial enigmas, contrast starkly with its previous 50 years of silence. For 5 decades following a 1966 congressional hearing, prompted by a wave of flying saucer sightings reported across America, the US government rarely commented on the UFO phenomenon, or acknowledged its existence, relegating the subject in the eyes of the American public, either to the realm of conspiracy theory, or the land of the absurd. Some viewers familiar with Uncle Sam's classic taciturnity regarding the UFO phenomenon might be surprised to learn that there was once a time when the US government spoke frankly to the American public about the mysterious lights and shiny metallic objects seen gliding swiftly and silently through their airspace. With the exception of wartime concerns about Foo Fighters, mysterious aerial lights reported by Allied aircraft pilots during World War II, US government interest in UFOs began in the late 1940s, prompted by pilot Kenneth Arnold's famous 1947 sighting in the Washington Cascades, and the disturbing 1948 death of Captain Thomas F. Mantell in Kentucky's Pennyroyal Plateau. Following a shadowy period in which the US Air Force, with its projects Sign and Grudge, launched investigations into UFO sightings in relative secrecy, the USAF launched the highly publicized Project Blue Book, an enterprise with the expressed purposes of investigating the nature of UFOs and determining whether they pose threats to national security. On July 29, 1952, 4 months after the project's initiation, General John A. Samford, the director of U.S. Air Force Intelligence, conducted a press conference at the Pentagon during which he stated, "The Air Force interest in this problem has been due to our feeling an obligation to identify and analyze, to the best of our ability, anything in the air that might have the possibility of threat or menace to the United States. In pursuit of this obligation since 1947, we have received and analyzed between 1,000 and 2,000 reports that have come to us from all kinds of sources. Of this great mass of reports, we have been able to explain the great bulk of them to our own satisfaction. We've been able to explain them as hoaxes, as erroneously identified friendly aircraft, as meteorological or electronic phenomenon, or as light aberrations. However, there have been a certain percentage of this volume of reports that have been made by credible observers of relatively incredible things. It is this group of observations that we are now attempting to resolve." At the forefront of the Air Force's efforts to brief the American public on their investigations into flying saucers was a former reporter and Marine Corps veteran named Albert M. Chop, who worked as press chief for the Air Materiel Command from 1946 to 1951, and at the Air Force press desk at the Pentagon from 1951 until 1953. In 1956, Chop's career as an Air Force public information officer, with a focus on his spokesmanship for Project Blue Book, was dramatized in a film by Clarence Green and Russell Rouse called Unidentified Flying Objects: The True Story of Flying Saucers, the first unsensational treatment of the UFO phenomenon to hit the silver screen. Early in this semi-documentary, an actor playing the part of a U.S. Air Force officer interviewed World War II veteran and American Airlines pilot Captain Willis T. Sperry, played by himself, who claimed to have nearly crashed into a streamlined object with a blue light at one end while flying near Mount Vernon, Maryland, on the evening of May 29, 1950. "The object was flying head-on at us," said Sperry of the anomaly. "It was 50 times the magnitude of the brightest star. I immediately made an abrupt turn to avoid collision. As I looked to my left, the object appeared to come to a stop. It appeared as a perfectly streamlined object without wings or a tail section, as it was silhouetted against the full moon. At all times, it had a brilliant shimmering blue light in the nose. It was traveling at fantastic speed, and although it had passed off our left wingtip, it circled us in a matter of seconds and appeared off our right wing. There again, it stopped, and we watched it for several seconds. When again it started, it reversed its direction. We watched it for several more seconds, until it disappeared in the east."
Yeah. No, I mean, of course, I just, like, These things are there. We need to figure out what to do about them, if anything. Like, it seems to me that there's like different, they also have class dynamics in their culture. Just my guess, I don't know, but seems like they also have the ruling class fucking them. It's a lot of like little things to explain how I got to that, but that's my operating assumption. I don't think that they're like fucking post whatever. They're post capitalism. I don't think that they're post like work or systems of dominance or whatever. I'm sorry. Where's that fucking? Sorry. Rid of that. Y'all subscribe. I tell you, I've been up for 3
About
days.
600 feet above the forests of Sri Lanka sits Sigiriya, the Lion Rock, a place of both history and myth. With occupation of the site going back around 20,000 years and the technological skill level of its builders being readily apparent, this place has inspired a lot of speculation, and a lot of amateur historians and explorers love to check this place out.
Well, except for when I fell asleep on the stream
mainstream
earlier,
narrative is that
several
the place was
times.
built around 1500 years ago by King Kashyapa I. And while a lot of that is backed up by
I'm not watching
historians,
this.
and the local myths tend to talk about also the brother and sister that were born of a lion, half man, half lion, and the son had lion hands, and they were the original builders of the rock. And some of the myths attribute it even further, back into some of the very earliest gods in Southeast Asia itself. One thing is for certain is the engineering skill of the people that built the place is readily apparent, especially when it comes to water management.
Dude,
So let's take a look
D-Dunker
at
over
Sigiriya,
here.
the Lion Rock. Hi, I'm Dan, and welcome to Debunking.
D-Dunker.
History says that King Kashyapa I was the original builder at Lion Rock.
You've been
He was the son of a concubine and the
dedunked.
king, and his brother, who was
You've
legitimate heir to
been
the throne, he kind of got in there,
dedunked.
weaseled his way, kicked his brother out, forced him into exile, walled his dad up like Edgar Allan Poe style, and let him die inside of a
Ooh,
stuccoed wall.
brutal.
And then took over the region as the king. And his brother came back about 18 years later, and he knew that his brother was eventually going to come back, so he set up a fortress on Sigiriya. And at first, this was a military outpost, but it slowly became a pleasure palace over the years, kind of degenerating. And then 18 years later, his
over
brother
the
did return with
years.
an army. And when they met
Pleasure
on the battlefield,
palace.
King...
I'll debate him. Let's do it right now. Where is he? I'm fucking winding down though. He's always dodging me, you know? He's always doing that. So I was like, oh, hey, I wanted to debate. Oh, and then, oh, sorry, I was doing something. Ooh. What? I'm still sharp as a tack, aren't I? You know it, admit it. Sharp as a fucking tack. Still. Ha. Infinite Peter earlier, it was like, I feel like it's like it's like a third way expulsion. It's like thicker than regular pee. It's like a fucking, like a like a like a paste or like a mayonnaise or something. Glad I got that out of my body is what I'm saying. Oh man. Watch one more thing while I go smoke and then I'll turn it off. I'm gonna watch dedunking or something else.
Kashyapa I, his elephant kind of found a patch of mud, so he had to steer his elephant around it, and his troops mistook this changing of direction of the elephant for him
What do you
retreating
mean?
and abandoning him on the back.
No, but it's gone now. You know, it went bye-bye. So that's a dub. Got, you know, organs process that shit.
Battlefield. So he fell on his own sword, drew his sword high in the air, rescabbarded it, and croaked on the ground. That left the area to the local Buddhists for the next few hundred years, and then it was just kind of forgotten to Western explorers and stuff,
Taking little
held in the
cat
local
naps,
memories
you know?
as a sacred holy place. But there is talk of a god king who was the first to build on Sigiriya about a millennia before the time of Kashyapa I. And this tale begins in India. A prediction said that a princess was going to be kidnapped by a lion, and of course nobody liked that, but eventually she was kidnapped by the lion and gave birth to 2 children, a boy and a girl, and the boy was said to have the paws of a lion. Now, a giant boulder blocked the cave to where the lion hid his family, but when the boy became of age, he was capable of moving that megalith and was able to free his family. His name was Sinhabahu. The lion didn't give up, however, and destroyed the countryside searching for his captive family, but when he found them, Sinhabahu shot his father with an arrow and it ended the reign of the beast. Eventually the king had a son of his own, Vijaya, and Vijaya was a violent man and was not well liked in the community, so much that they wanted him put to death. But the king had him exiled instead, him and 700 of his followers, and they were all sent to Sri Lanka, where they presumably were the first people to settle there, according to history, and according to myth, were the people that originally settled and built on Sigiriya, the Lion Rock. Now, this story is seeped in symbolism. Not only does Sinhabahu called the Sri Lankan Oedipus and the fact that he slays his father, but it's not morally ambiguous in his case, but also he learned to move a megalith in order to come of age. It's got all the Graham Hancock fingerprints of the gods type stuff, basically, right? You've got this site that's got technology that's a little bit above everything else in the region. This site is technically above everything else in the region. It's attributed to this god king that goes way back into prehistory, and it gets all goofy with it moving the big rocks and stuff being incorporated into it. If you're into that sort of thing, this story kind of has it all. Those are the 2 main people attributed with the construction of Sigiriya according to myth. So let's go ahead and dig into the site itself. Upon approaching the site, the first thing you'll notice is the sheer size. The huge piece of granite the site is dominated by is impressive from miles away. Surrounding it is the water gardens, and this gives you a few clues as to the overall layout of the site. Symmetry is very important, and as is utilizing natural as well as man-made elements to create the site that mingles nature and human construction in a manner that can only be called artistic. The use of water at the site is actually one of the most amazing things that you'll find there. The fountains and storage and the different types of plumbing that are involved are so technically advanced that nothing else exists like it in the region. When the rainy season hits, the fountains will spout water. The pipes used to drive it, utilizing not only gravity but more complicated types of plumbing. For instance, hydraulic jumps were frequently utilized, and that's when high-speed water hits a slower moving body of water and it makes the water kind of jump. That can be used to not only slow the water, but to gain elevation, and it's more advanced plumbing. It's a lot more than just hope water goes downhill. Walking past those gardens, you would eventually arrive at the base of the column. And on the way up the pillar of granite, several natural boulders are used to create foundations, now known as rock gardens. Small buildings were said to have sat here in the distant past, only these foundations remain. Further up, we reach the gatehouse. The staircase up the rock is flanked by massive carvings of lion paws, obviously reminiscent of Sinhabahu. Now, some claim a lion's head was once carved on the rock as well. It seems there's no evidence for this, just local tradition. The gatehouse is on a plateau high above the trees below. It's really hard to put into context just how huge this is without taking a good look. Now, the small staircase that leads up the side has a wall that was originally plastered and polished until it was reflective enough that you could see yourself in the wall. Despite not being covered in plaster at all and no longer casting any sort of reflection, it's still known as the mirror wall. Something that is already apparent to the explorer by this point is the incorporation of natural and artificial features to make the whole. This trend continues across the entire site, and it's remarkable that it's included in the infrastructure as well. Natural boulders are often seen positioned in a manner that is impressive, obviously incorporated into the site's art. And despite the top of the rock being terraced with pools and palaces and all different kinds of things, many natural features are still incorporated. One of the more impressive features of the site is the murals, these scantily clad women that are dancing all over the walls. So well preserved that some of the paintings look like they're almost new. Now they're said to be about 1,500 years old, but they look basically just a little faded. So amazing to have them so well preserved after all these times. Now they're done as a fashion that isn't seen anywhere else in the region, which is enigmatic in and of itself. That's not to say they're entirely unique, but the techniques used to produce them differ slightly from the norm of the area at the time, and as such little is known about them, including who the artist is, who they're said to portray, and exactly when they were made. Slowly fading over the years, and once the subject of some hoodlum throwing paint on them to deface them, the paintings won't be around for every future generation, but they are here for us today, and they are amazing. One thing that has protected them is there's a lot of bees that like to hide up in the cave, in the side of the cliff, right there where the paintings are. These same bees, they're known to be highly aggressive and pretty venomous. The honey from them is highly prized and harvested, but it's too tight of an area for them to actually efficiently harvest the honey, so the bees just basically act as a natural barrier for people to, be more vandals and try to destroy these paintings, which is kind of a cool little thing. Those with decent biblical knowledge might be thinking of Samson right about now. And finally we reach the top of the summit, where the palace itself sat. And it's terraced in a manner that's reminiscent of Congo Bongo. Yeah, I'm old, sorry. But it was extremely well constructed despite the 8-bit appearance. It is one of the most highly regarded archaeological sites in Southeast Asia. The incorporation of natural features and the symmetry of the site are both very apparent to the careful observer. Several gardens once existed here, and the evidence of robust water management system, complete with decorative pools and fountains, are all over the place, but there's no way for them to have gotten that amount of water up here. The fountains no longer work, and the pools only hold a meager amount of water even in the rainy seasons. But at one time it seems that these were all alive and useful. How the water was brought up to such a height is unknown. What we do know is the palace itself was in use for about 18 years from Kashyapa I alone. So the water issue had to have been solved before he settled the area, or right afterwards at any rate. For him to have used it as a place to hold out against a potential siege, it doesn't make much sense that water would be a serious problem there, but it is. The amount of water needed just to support a palace with guards, servants, and their associated animals would be incredible. But you add to it the agriculture, gardens, pools, water fountains, and then all of a sudden you have a real mystery. Now, it's possible that there were large reservoirs constructed up there, or there's some big cisterns or something that we haven't found yet, but there's no evidence of anything like that. We have no idea how that much water was got to the top of that 600-foot rock. It's possible the rainfall was a lot greater in those days, but there's no evidence for that either, that none of the climate models show that it being enough greater for it to actually feed these kinds of fountains. But these things look like the ones that are down below that during the rainy season just vomit water. So it is pretty enigmatic as to how this all worked. But we do have another possibility, one that gets even further into myth. In local Buddhist mythology, the city of the gods is known as Alakamandava. Alakamandava. I can do this. And anyway, it was said to exist way up in the clouds, and so there's a lot of people that think that Sigiriya is Alamakandava. Hope I got that one right-ish. And anyway, there is a lot of overlap in the myths and in the legends that would imply that maybe this is the mythical city of the gods. If this is the case, and the site isn't just a place of occupation since the Stone Age, it's possible that the place is a place where this hypothetical lost civilization that Graham Hancock and his friends all believe existed after the Great Flood. We have an older god, sometimes said to be involved in the construction of the rock's first city. He's so old he shows up from China to India, all across Southeast Asian world. Known as Vaisravana, he's one of the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism, and he's a god of war. He's known to just like whoop ass and take names, and he is all over Southeast Asia, from China to Korea, anywhere you go. Now, he is said to have built his home on Sumeru, the 5-tiered mountain that is central to Buddhist and Hindu cosmology, often equated with the world tree in the Western world metaphysical tradition. Now, some have said that Sigiriya is Sumeru, with the different tiers in the monolith being associated with the different tiers of spirituality. Now, it is a tempting idea. There is solid evidence of human occupation there going back a very long time, and we do have a lot of enigmatic waterworks in the site. Like I mentioned, the place is very well made and doesn't quite all add up. It seems to me that it's more likely that somebody had an answer to that water issue, and they made such complicated things, knew how to make hydraulic jumps, but didn't realize they weren't going to have enough water up there. That doesn't make much sense to me at all. So we are in kind of Graham Hancock's turf here, where the mystery does kind of line up with the myth, and well, who knows? Now, there's actually a lot of things that are possible here, because despite the site being extremely popular, it's heavily under-excavated, which is another reason that it invites so much speculation. We don't really have answers. There could be 12 inches of dirt between the answer of how they gathered all that water and us, but we don't know because it hasn't been dug into very much. So we do have a lot of tantalizing myths. We do have a lot of enigmatic waterworks and other construction features, but in particular, the way that the water was done just does not add up. And we have the way that the site is linked to the natural to the man-made, where it's extremely artistic. It was not just made for functionality, it was made as art, and it really shows it. If you look close, you'll see it. I'll post some links below where people talk about this sort of thing, all feng shui with it, right? But it really goes to town on that shit while making the place work, except for the water, which for some reason doesn't work now. So we have a true mystery, a link to the past 600 feet above us in the sky above Sri Lanka. It's pretty crazy. And, you know, I appreciate you guys watching. I think that this is one of the more mysterious sites. And I want to thank my patrons for helping me out here. I got some fancy new lights and stuff. Hope I look a little easier on your eyeballs now. I know I'm still sexy as ever. But I also want to say thank you very much to you, the casual viewer, or you, the first-time viewer, watching this far. I really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed this. And, you know, there's a lot of different...
7 hours. Yeah, I need to start setting my premieres days in advance. Okay. All right. I need to remind you, once again, the benefits of subscribing to this channel are manifold. And they, you know, they grow, and you get power-ups and make them even better. And you know, you will have a good time. You will learn. You will laugh. I think I literally like crack up laughing. Like, I don't want to say at least once a night, but like maybe 5 times a week at least. City planning. I don't know how they fucking pump the water up there, man. What? That's just the tip of the iceberg. This is so bad.
She's nutty in relations to my base station. I had it sealed.
Look at this guy.
Deal. Secrets were revealed because they knew each other.
Look, brought him back in. Yeah. That's right. When the time that you didn't subscribe, did you regret not subscribing? We have both genres. Communism and crank shit. Right, that's enough. Novelty's worn out. It's probably gonna flag the stream too. What's up, Renata? 1862 archival footage. Ooh. Just a new Chili Peppers video, and they're fucking in their underwear still. Great. Secret influence. See,
I grew
All right.
up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
Thanks for following. Look. Okay. It happens. What am I looking for? I had a music video. I gotta go. I'm tired. I've been up for a couple days straight here. Just little fucking cat naps. I'm wobbly. Back it up. Oh, yeah, this band. Boom, 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 boom. Who's streaming at this time of day?
Yo, what's up? This band's called Candy Apple.
Yeah, yo. I'm gonna go to your licking stream. This guy's a good singer. Well, I already put it on. Little Emmy. Oh, too late. Oh no, it's not. Oh my god, these cookie dough things are so good.